Namaste. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is going to be a free reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. The other giveaway we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning our daily collective, I will be giving a recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we begin, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers, especially now, because we have, I believe the professional term for it is a redonkulous amount of planets that are currently in retrograde. And let's go through the list, shall we? We've got Mercury in retrograde. We got Saturn in retrograde. We got Neptune in retrograde. We got Pluto in retrograde. And as of today, we've also got, I believe Eris is also in retrograde. And as of today, we've also got Chiron in retrograde. So if you're feeling it, the struggle is real. Let this be your daily reminder that the struggle is real. If you're feeling frustrated, I wouldn't be surprised if you're feeling so frustrated, because a lot of, like, 3 of those planets, 3 or 4 of those planets are retrograding right now in Aries, which can create a lot of being very hard on the self, being very quick to anger, I will say. It can also, especially with the fact that we've got Neptune and Saturn retrograding in Aries, it can get, it's frustration, but not just around frustration, but it could be frustration related to the time things take. Neptune and Saturn are really heavy in relationality to working through the context of time. Neptune, I like to associate the energy around Neptune as memory bank energy, right? It's the things that we contemplate upon. It's upon looking on our past. Saturn often deals in the space of time. So I would not be surprised right now if you're either feeling frustrated in terms of how long something is taking, or feeling even like the sense of waiting on things feels potentially a little bit energetically distorted right now. Or if you find yourself having a really hard time letting go of something from the past, or something from the past energetically resurfacing. I mean, we talk about this all the time. We always talk, I know, like we always hear this like thing about like, oh, it's retrograde season, they're coming back. It's not they, like, it's not the ubiquitous they, but especially now, given the fact that Neptune and Saturn are in such close proximity, and they're retrograding together, it can create a lot of that, like, memory. It's going to take a lot of those memories, a lot of those memories coming back up to the surface, like working on something that potentially, and I'm going to say this again, with Chiron in retrograde, still hurts, right? A Chiron, Neptune, Saturn retrograde all together talks about the things that, and it's a conversation on trauma. One of the biggest misconceptions that we have on trauma, and one of the most cruel things we say when it comes to trauma, is looking at someone that carries trauma and saying, you should just let that go. You can't let go of trauma. If only it were that easy. Trauma is the pain that sticks, right? Um, and the space by which we understand, and I think that's what we really see with a Chiron, Neptune, and Saturn all in retrograde. It makes you angry, right? It hurts. This is why trauma hurts. If only letting go was so simple, right? And it's often working through the frustration of the fact that our bodies are our memory banks. They remember things, and as much as we don't want to carry them, we find that we do. And this is why I keep on saying, you know, and this is why I say don't give Mercury retrogrades as much slack as we always do, because what you're feeling right now is not based on the Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrograde right now, retrograding in Leo, might be helping us through this, right? Because what is Mercury, and I have to point this out, like I was talking about this yesterday. The Mercury retrogrades are not here to break things. Mercury retrogrades slow things down because often we can't notice something that might not be serving us that we do until it becomes harder to do it. And it's in those moments that we're able to identify the difference between a groove and a rut, right? And so I feel like at its core, these planets all retrograding in Aries is almost like the moment that you say, I don't want to feel this way, right? And Mercury retrograde offers us, especially like retrograding in Leo, offers us a proposition and says, if you don't want to feel this way and you can't let it go, the next best thing you can do is reorient how you carry it. Because that is really kind of the heart of healing. It's not the work of trying to shed things, right? And that's like the most cruel thing to do. Do you understand the cruelty that is involved in saying to someone carrying trauma, well, you must not be really focused on your healing journey if you're still holding on to that? There's nothing more cruel than to say that to someone that is hurting, but instead to say, let's look at how you carry it. Let's see if there's a way that you can carry that forward that helps it make more sense or eases that. That is the conversation that we always have when we hit Leonic journeys, which says we sometimes cannot choose what we are burdened with, but it is always, and we find our dignity when we are able to find the honor by which we bear it, right? And that is the work that we do not only for ourselves, but for all of us around one another, right? That is the love that we bring forth. And that's what we also see with the journey of Chiron in retrograde, because Chiron is the journey of the wounded healer. Chiron's story is one of someone who bore a wound that they could never heal. And did they go around inflicting that wound to everyone that they found at every moment, making it their problem? No. Chiron set his whole life path moving forward on taking the things that they learned trying to heal themselves, which they always failed at, and giving it back to those around them. So I want you to kind of think about that right now as we're working through a lot of this retrograde energy, especially if it's bringing up a lot of feelings from the past, right? Not allowing oneself to grow bitter and harbor in that space, but to say, how can I carry this forward in a way that allows it to amplify one's own deep intentions? And I'm going to tell you right now, this is why I'm telling you that the relationships that are forming right now during this retrograde period are going to be some of the most strong foundation relationships that we've seen in quite a long time, because these are relationships that are prioritizing temperance lessons. And the temperance lessons that we see in that card tell us that everything is possible. Anything can be healed so long as the work is mutual, but it can't be done alone. And this is often what happens when we're not in a space that we're ready to tackle the things that we need to tackle, and we start projecting them onto the energy around us. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, especially with the fact that we still have Venus and Gemini, it's going to be moving shortly into Cancer. But Venus and Gemini see two different modalities in separation. These are either relationships where are individuals that are working on themselves right now, entirely, potentially even very intentionally in separation, with the observation that the work that we do for ourselves is always a gift to healthy counterpart, right? It is the gift that keeps on giving, because that allows us to not look towards partnership to identify ourselves. It doesn't look to partnership to save us, but it is the space of feeling found that we offer towards counterpart. It's the harmony that we bring to it that we find within ourselves. I also see that there may be a lot of energy right now in separation that is building into new energetic connections. And I keep on seeing these energies are talking heavily about the past. But what's beautiful about the conversations that we see that are happening about the past right now is working through the observation and understanding of what one can do better, right? They're not holding on to the past tightly and ruminating on it. They're observing it with an open palm. Because when we're able to look at the past objectively, even if it hurts, we find critical information there that allows us to do something better as we continue forward. So that's what I mean about these relationships that are forming right now being so referential in relationality to identifying what that work is. Because a lot of those relationships, there's trepidation potentially from having experienced situations with those that articulate upon the desire for a manifestation. But desiring a manifestation isn't enough if you're not willing to embody what it takes to get there. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union right now. For a lot of these, you'll recall that these were those magician partnerships that were forming between around the time of the solstice period up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. Now, these relationships, we are identifying them as magician partnerships because they were prioritizing the authenticity of the self that allows one to move into a relationship wherein you're not looking to each other for the potential that you find within each other, but understanding that we should never move into partnership seeking the potential of what another could come towards, right? But rather the potential of where the relationship can go. And so for a lot of those relationships, the ability to be in a relationship of mutual appreciation, not someone trying to change you, but embracing who you are, it's actually creating that fire within that encourages us to become even more of ourselves. So for a lot of those relationships, there is a lot of, like, I want to say there's some contention coming up, but the contention is having to look at the past in a different way with the observation of what you found in the present. And so I see that while those relationships, while they may be feeling like there's a lot of emotionality coming up, it's not the emotion that is being brought forth by the counterpart, but more the arrival of the healthy counterpart that brings with it a lot of complicated feelings as one observes the past in a different way. But what's beautiful about those relationships is these are not the relationships creating the fallacy of running back to something because only now they see what was wrong. But the observation of a healthy relationship gives us the clarity because we're receiving and finding what we need there. And so for a lot of those relationships, it is feeling like the emotional like tempest that this retrograde may be bringing with it, but feeling very energetically riveted to the relationship because that is the understanding of how deep the connection is, and so far as it's creating the gift of being able to see things that one could not see before. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. Many of these partnerships were the chariot partnerships that were occurring and opening up between the time of and Neptune and Venus stationing direct behind. I mean, Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune up until the time of the Mars stationing direct earlier this year. For a lot of these relationships, the reliability of counterpart, the stability we find in healthy connection, is allowing a lot of that internal work within the self. And we see that even now, this may be feeling like a very transformative time for a lot of those relationships, potentially even seeing the conversation of a manifestation goal that's changing. Because as we maturate in relationships, so too do our manifestations. So this could be a moment where the manifestation is becoming more comprehensive, right? The ability to bring some kind of understanding to something that you could not see before, that is allowing breakthroughs as it relates to mental clarity, communication, and also expressing upon something that may have been feeling like it was escaping you, but that was also something very intuitively fundamental within you. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading, but if you would like to get on the list for today, now is a great time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are you doing today, Riri? So good to see you. Welcome, Dressy. Hi there, Beauty. Ginger Lily, your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew. Kat, Grand Rising, dear. A 7.7. We like a 7.7, Jess. And for those who are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. How are you doing today, Bethany? I feel like I'm at a 7, maybe an 8. That's a pretty good number to start the day with. We can work from there. How are you doing today, Java? Sarah, I am feeling it, but it seems in a positive way for once. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm going to tell you right now, the retrograde energy we're experiencing right now, I feel like Mercury retrograde is is to the rescue right now. Because it's like Mercury retrograde says there has to be a better way, and that way has to be compassionate, with like it being in Leo. Hi there, Rimu. How are you doing? September 14th looks like Virgo energy to me. How are you doing today? I'm feeling that quick to anger, Kat. Yeah, I'm not usually an angry person. Yeah, it's, you know what, I'm going to tell you right now. You know the thing about it? It's like, it's that desire to revert back. It's that desire to revert back to a past version of you, you know? Like, that's the thing I keep on seeing with like the Aries energy. It's like, do you want to regress? Like, as a little treat? Like, oh, they clearly have been mistaken. They don't realize this is a healing journey. You know, it's a lot of that type of energy. You know, it's a lot of like, don't be mistaken kind of stuff. It's very, we were talking about it heavily about the difference. I keep on hearing like the difference between righteousness and audacity. Very different things. Yeah, that's Virgo. Thank you for confirming. True. Thank you as well, Sunrose. And thank you, Sherry, for those gifts. Hi there, Chanti. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Grand Rising, Ryan. I saw you got on the Discord. Welcome. And thank you for posting that kite stuff. Some chick, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Gia, as is yours. Kat, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Queen of Swords. Good to see you today. T-minus 1 week till your birthday. Oh, exciting. The last few have been terrible. I hope this one is better. I truly do. Absolutely. My friends, we are going to get started on the list. Also, I just want to point out, if there's anybody who is on the hold list that would like to get on the list today, please let me know now so that I can add you. Ava, if you're here, let me know. I believe you got first spot on today's list. Grand Rising, Heather, good to see you too. A couple of updates. First of all, the list is going to be very, very short today. So if you would like to secure a spot on the list, make sure that you do so sooner rather than later if you would like to claim that spot. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, April 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on, I am so excited for this class, the Tower card. I know everybody gets all touchy about that. I know everybody gets all touchy about that card. It's you know, but it's a really amazing, interesting card. We're going to talk about the symbology of the card. We're going to talk about the history of that card. I'm going to work you guys through spread applications, so how you can read that card in any direction that it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique tarot spread that will show you how to navigate or integrate the messages of that card into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you guys an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary, if you choose to receive it, a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There is definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also would let you know, you'll also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles, which I release bi-monthly that give you an update on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the dream interpretation reading package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, now is a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. For those that are interested, we do life path here, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Ava, I see that you've entered the room. Can you let me know if you would like to secure that first spot? I was holding it for you. Thank you so much for your patience from yesterday. Quinn, thank you so much for the compliment on my tats. Elveldia, thank you so much for the follow. And thank you, Heather, for recharging your heart meat today. As I mentioned too, if there's anybody else who is on the hold list who would like to be added on the list today, please let me know. And before we get started, excellent, perfect, Ava, I've got you, and thank you. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Melissa, you will also have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Excellent time to get on the list. Also, please remember we are doing 2 different contests right now. Our first contest will be a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. Also, we are also doing a reading giveaway, a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure, I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Currently, Chanti, you are at the #1 spot for that reading. That said, if you guys, let's get warmed up today with our intuition check. I am going to have an animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When I get to 1, I will reveal the card. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 'Twas the blackbird. We will do that again after we start our daily collective. Just a reminder also, friends, I am keeping the list very short today. So if you'd like to get on the list, make sure you do so sooner rather than later. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to be here to receive these messages is going to be here to receive it live, and no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? 2 cards where, oh man, listen, I'm not surprised to see it. Oh, we've got here the Moon card in combination with our Death card in its reversal. It's retrograde season. All the planets are in retrograde. All the planets are in retrograde. And I want to tell you, it can feel like very intense. It can also feel like things are moving very slowly. I'm going to repeat what I was saying before we started the podcast, okay? Saturn and Neptune in retrograde, alone, like without each other, can often feel very, very heavy. Okay? It's like, because you have to also understand that Neptune and Saturn are energies that deal heavily in the past. Okay? Neptune, I like to describe Neptune as the memory bank. It's where we store things, right? It's a lot of the thoughts upon what has come before, if you will. Saturn is related to time. Okay, so I'm gonna, and I know that there is that typical expression that we talk about with the idea of the fact that the retrogrades, bring things back from the past, but there could be a lot of this energy that we are experiencing right now, either tangibly, either emotionally, either metaphysically, spiritually, in relationality to feeling the weight of the past. And this is why I keep on seeing that the Mercury in Leo is helping us through this, right? Everybody's always quick. I feel like everybody is always quick to put the weight on Mercury retrograde in relationality to things crimping up or slowing down during Mercury retrogrades. But you have to understand, Mercury retrogrades are often misunderstood. Mercury retrograde is not like a gremlin, running through the chart trying to mess things up. Mercury helps us innovate upon things, right? And it's often those experiences when something that we do by second nature starts to slow down, that we're able to observe something that we could do in a different way, right? It is the slowdown that allows the observation of defining whether something is a groove or a rut, which is why sometimes when things crimp up during retrogrades, we go, oh, I need to go back to that, right? And we fall back into a pattern of path work because it feels like it fortifies us. Often we say, you know what? Something did not work well during the retrograde, but I found a better way of doing it, right? And that is like the work, you know, that is the work that we often identify occurs during those retrograde cycles. And I got to tell you right now, like I feel like the Mercury retrograding in Leo at the same time that we have so many of these planets retrograding in Aries, it's almost acting as a beacon, right? It's the space that says, for when you're feeling frustrated, let compassion guide you, right? Let the communication of the compassion help you through the frustration, because that is the foundation of healthy communication, right? Because what happens when we just articulate that we're frustrated to each other? We're not talking about anything. That's projection, right? I'm angry. That's not helpful. That sounds like a you problem. But when we say this is what has me upset, now we're getting somewhere, right? And so I feel like, again, a lot of that work, right? And that's what this type of energy calls us to do, right? It doesn't just call us to like, and I keep on getting the same message that's coming through in these readings. Don't get confused. Honoring your feelings is not just making your feelings everybody's business every single second of the day. That's indulging the emotions. That's indulging the emotions, right? That's indulging the emotions, right? You're just telling people the quality of the waves. All right, what are the waves today? Like when you know what I mean? But when you are doing the work to understand them, when you're doing the work to understand why you feel the way you feel, well, now you're giving someone something to work with, right? You're allowing for that sense of healing to come through, because you're not being led by the emotions. You're being attenuated by them, and that's what I keep on seeing that's happening right now. I'm going to tell you right now, I would not be surprised if there are choices that are being made right now for energy in separation. And I'm going to tell you right now, I got two different modalities coming. Like, listen, like Venus in Gemini is no kind of joke. We're not giving enough credit to Venus in Gemini, because again, Venus in Gemini talks to us about the space of recognizing that things are available to us at every moment. But the question we need to have is not the desire of wanting something, but the conditions that we experience in order to have them, right? So I would not be surprised right now if there are a lot of, like, I see even now, either energy and separation working through the observation that there's potentially something in the past that they could easily return back to. But they're asking themselves that incredibly valuable question, which is a reminder that we don't base a relationship upon the quantity of emotions that we have towards things. Because often we build a lot of emotions towards some really, really traumatizing places. You know what I mean? You can be in a really, really traumatized place and you'll have a lot of emotions upon it. We don't weigh the value of a connection based upon the enormity of the things that we feel about it, but rather the quality of what that is, right? Because that is effectively what Jupiter in Cancer is also saying us to us right now, which is understand the significance of the quality of the emotions, because they help us to recognize what is the relationship that is nourishing for us versus the relationship that we have a lot of feelings about, but there isn't an ability to heal it, right? Because this is what we mean when we're talking about and it's painful. It's painful going through, it's painful going through those observations, right? it's painful to come into the observation of what can be healed, because temperance, and this is what I keep on seeing, and the reason this is coming up is for some of these relationships that are coming together right now. It's potentially having the space of talking about the strong feelings that you carry about a past relationship, but mitigated with the understanding that everything is possible to fix, but only if there is mutual agreement on what needs to be fixed. And that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of the energy is almost articulating that the ability to have like the ability to have to get into conflict with someone in terms of arguing as to what needs to be fixed is often the surest sign that there are different manifestation goals at play, right? When we're having arguments about different things that need to be fixed, it can often be indicative of wanting different things. And that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of these relationships that are coming together right now, it's working through the hard feelings together, but also being fortified in their conviction as it is to what it is that they're trying to build together. This brings us to our center card for today's spread. Whoo, there's that King of Swords. Again, I'm not surprised. Listen, we've been going through this all year. We've had a ridiculous amount of planets in Aries all year. I know you're going to get frustrated hearing it. It's more lessons on surrender. And I'm going to say this again because this has been a big theme this year. Surrender does not mean giving up. Surrender does not mean giving up. Surrender means having what does a warrior do? What does a warrior do? A warrior understands the value of surrender, which is the space by which you don't try to force a condition that is not there, but you work with the conditions that are available to you, right? You don't get frustrated and say, why isn't it working? You accept the circumstances as they are so that you can get to work. And so I see that for a lot of the energy, this is what's happening right now. For a lot of that energy, that's happening across all of the frequencies. Now, for a lot of the energy that is working through that, right? This is like very heavy for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. Because I'm telling you right now, this energy moving deeper into divine union is being rocked by downloads right now. The observation of things that they could not see before, it can be like it's the energy I just keep on seeing. Like it's a lot of that, like the eyes that become like that, just like, it's like the clarity by being able to observe what was missing in energetic connections of the past, the observation of what either the places where they weren't holding themselves as sacred, right? Trying to fix something while mutually recognizing not feeling held as sacred. And you can't argue to someone when they're not holding you sacredly. But sometimes we get caught doing that. Sometimes we recognize that we're trying to remind, like we find ourselves in situations where we're trying to remind each other that we are energetically sacred, rather than recognizing that the space that we should hold when we identify that is potentially to move beyond it. It's like that. And that's what can be so painful, because I see even now that that's either energy that's recognizing something that they could have done differently in relationships in the past, where they weren't holding themselves as sacredly, or situations where they experience a situation where another person did not hold them in that same way. But is this the energy that is building talons and going like backwards? No. It's the energy that is being fortified in relationality to the observation of what they see based upon the gift of the present context, right? And so I see that this is almost like the energy that's taking all of that frustration and moving it almost immediately into healing the bonds of intimacy, right? The ability to articulate to another the significance of the partnership and the relationship that's allowing them to understand what they could have been doing better in past experiences. This is like I told you, but this is what's beautiful about those connections, is it's just moving immediately. I see it's like the fervor that is being brought further into the relationship based and built upon those deepened observations. Fourth and fifth card in our 5-card spread for today, we have here, there it is, the Tower card. We're going to be studying this card in just a few weeks on August 13th over in our Tarot Church classes. on the Substack. We've got the Tower card in its upright in combination with our Seven of Cups. Look at that. You see that this is Epiphany energy. Do you see this? This is Epiphany energy. This is, you know, like, you see this? And I need to point this out. I know how nervous everybody gets when they see a Tower card, but you can't identify the quality of a card significantly based on the space of just observing the card. You have to look at the combinations, right? Look at that. Look at this breakthrough, right? It's like when you have a breakthrough, you open your eyes to the possibilities that are around you. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, right? This feels like, and I want to point this out even now, like this is the energy that is feeling both the energy that's coming into divine union. This was articulating upon what I was just saying was happening for the energy coming into divine union. While for the energy that's deeper into deeper in divine union, this is being patient with the, like, this is not trying to force a breakthrough. This is the energy. This is the energy saying the exact opposite to one another, which is getting very hard on the self. And what is the counterpart saying to each other? You can't listen. You can't force a breakthrough. You can't force a breakthrough. And sometimes when you force a breakthrough, you know, it creates its own blockage. So I see a lot of that energy, like kind of taking a bit of this like slow and steady to help each other through a feeling of frustration as they're navigating the rut that often this feeling of the retrograde, all these retrogrades together can bring. Continuing, that's a really, again, if you have a chance, go, if you're listening to the podcast, take a moment to go look at the Substack today, because this is a really intense, this is a very intense spread of cards in our first row today. Clarification between the Moon card in its upright and the Death card in its reversal. That's like, stop, wait a minute, stop. Yeah, let's stop, wait a minute. This is what I like about, like, I gotta tell you, there are some very interesting messages coming through with this retrograde, which is like, don't confuse compassion with spinelessness. Don't confuse compassion with spinelessness, right? Because it's the space that says, and this is what I keep on getting with this, right? Often someone says, like, you know, you're not, I thought you're supposed to be peaceful. You're not being very nice. Being peaceful does not mean being nice about things. Being peaceful means you strive for peace. You fight for it. You work hard for it. It's not about, nice doesn't come in. What is nice? What is nice? Nice doesn't come into the picture, right? It's not, you know what's not nice? It's not nice to insist. It's not nice to insist, right? And so I see a little bit of this energy here with the confusion, the difference. I don't know how we forgot this, the difference between niceness and courtesy. Love isn't about being nice. Often when we're being nice, love is honoring each other's choices. That is the definition of love. The space and the power to honor each other's choices. And that articulation point, and also when another is making choices that we feel is not correct, then it is the ability to articulate and amplify why we feel that way. Because a lot of that energy that we're seeing is the reminder, and again, this is what we talk about the difference between honoring emotions. Don't let someone who is indulging their emotions say, I was just telling you how you feel. That's not the job, buddy. That's not the job. Who told you telling others how you feel is the responsibility of honoring feelings? We don't honor feelings by telling each other how we feel. That's training wheels. That's telling someone the condition of the water. You better not go out there today. You better not mess with, I warned you, rough waters out there. Whatever you do going forward, that's your problem. I honored my feelings by no, baby. That's not what honoring feelings is. Honoring feelings is honor means to hold. Honor does not mean to tell. Honor means to hold. So when we are honoring our feelings, we are holding our feelings correctly. And when we're holding our feelings correctly, we don't just shove them in front of another person and say, hold these, hold my beer, hold this for me. We don't shove them in front of another person and say, they're your problem to deal with. You have to take these. That's not you honoring your feelings. That's you trying to hand them off to somebody. Okay? That's you handing them off to somebody. We honor our feelings by looking at how we feel and telling another what they can do, what you need in order to help to carry them more effectively. That is what it means to honor something that you are holding, right? You talk towards them with reverence and you pay attention to what it is that they need. And I keep on seeing the reason this is coming up every time I read for the energy and separation is I keep on almost seeing some energy and separation saying someone's feelings were a wall to getting anything done. Somebody's saying their feelings were a wall to getting anything done. Because I almost see somebody saying whenever they were trying to have a conversation with someone and being like, I'm honoring my, like, instead of having a conversation, someone just tells you how you feel. Like, I want to get something done. And someone says, let me tell you about how sad I am. You can't get anywhere. You never noticed that? You can't get anywhere because the conversation on feelings does not create the solution for them. And often we can use a feeling as a wall to prevent anything done. So the ability to understand that we honor our feelings by being productive with them, by being constructive about them. This is a lot of the energy that's talking about some experiences from the past being, oh no, the problem was not the feelings. Feelings were the problem. The problem wasn't a lack of feelings. The problem was the feelings that didn't feel like they were getting anything done because there were too many of them. This brings us to a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union right now. Clarification between our death card in its reversal in combination with our King of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Ooh, these cards today. These cards today, man. Woo, hot. Okay, we've got the Empress card. We've got the Empress card in its upright. And I keep on seeing it's talking towards the fact that when we are able to talk to the meaning of our feelings, the feelings become sacred. The sacredness of feelings are the feelings that have meaning attached to them. The feelings that we can energetically articulate upon. That is passion. That is what passion is. Passion is feelings that we cannot over articulate the significance and the meaning of them. But when we are indulging on emotions, when we're just talking about the reason that we have feelings about something, and another person needs to honor us because we've got them, everybody's got feelings. It's not an honor to share feelings. It's an honor to be able to understand the meaning behind the feelings. And this is what I keep on seeing. And this is what I meant about all of those relationships right now that are having the widening observation of what was missing in the past. Are they running back to the past? No. I like this energy coming into divine union right now. These magician partnerships are no fools. That's why they're magician partnerships. They're magician partnerships because they're no fools. As we see, because the fool card, I'm sorry, it's a tarot joke, because the fool card is, the fool cards but before the magician card. So the magician card, they're no fools. They understand the clarity that we find in a connection. It's not the energy, it's not the epiphany that sends us running back to the situation where there was confusion. It's the understanding of the significance of what we found in the healthy partnership. And so I just keep on saying, like, look at these two together. This is the work that energy is doing, masculine and feminine. This is what it feels like. Masculine, the ability of being vulnerable that allows the clarity of perception. This is the masculine that recognizes, says the reason I can see that now is because I'm vulnerable enough to be able to observe it, because I feel like I'm being held in embrace of a feminine that appreciates me and does not demand me to be something that I am not, right? For the feminine, this is the feminine that feels that fortification of the self, from the masculine that says to the feminine, you're perfect just the way you are. And in the moment that they give each other their gift, they clear each other's mirror of perception. And when our mirror of perception is cleared, guess what happens? We can see things with better clarity. It's not the fact that a mirror is a negative thing, right? A mirror is healthy. We need mirrors. We talk about mirrors like it's a bad thing. Mirrors are beautiful so long as we are working to perfect our reflections. And this is what we talk about with a healthy egoic journey, right? The job is not to try to shed the ego entirely. Cancer teaches us you need that thing. That's what protects you. That's what protects you from energy that does not hold the same standards as you. Then this is a lot of that work. And this is why we see that an energy, when we find a relationship that appreciates us, we don't start leaning out. We start leaning in. We start saying, now I can begin, because now I see myself with clarity and I can see what I want to perfect. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Swords and its reversal in combination with our Tower card. Boom, there's that retrograde, man. There's that Seven of Swords in its upright. You guys know what I say. What do we say when we see that Seven of Swords? We don't go back to the sword store for puppies or kittens or bunny rabbits. There's only one thing at the sword store. There's only swords. And I keep on seeing, like, the thing that I keep on identifying with a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union right now, observing progress is being able to do something differently. And it can be really frustrating when and I'll tell you right now, there's some conversations happening for energy deep within divine union, which is the frustrating observation that when we don't want to change, it's awful convenient to have a lot of strong feelings on something. Because when we don't want to change, the song you will hear is, I don't want to let that go. When we don't want to heal, when we don't want to change, the song you will hear is, I don't want to let that go. Not can, want, because it is the space by which we dig our heels into something. But that's why we keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, that's the energy that understands and recognizes that often when we don't want to let things go, we are sabotaging ourselves, right? This is what we observe, right? Like, that is the space by which we understand that we hold on to things. But I also see, and this is very important here, because I see the difference that's also happening in these conversations, is the recognition of understanding that a healthy standard is something that you choose to carry, right? And this is the difference that we see between a grudge and a standard. And often, I will tell you, there are those that will try to confuse the two. There are those that will try to turn a grudge into a standard, and vice versa. But I need to point this out. A standard is something that is a fixed point of need that we are eagerly willing to share another. And this is why we can tell what a standard is, because we're very eager to be able to articulate upon it. But when we're not in a healthy space, sometimes someone will try to articulate a standard, but it's really a grudge. It's a burden that the one does not want to release, and it makes one energetically bitter within it. And you hold on to it, and it hurts you to carry it. And it hurts others around you to hold on to it, but yet you persist. And the observation of that, I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy that's working through that in deep within divine union, it's the observation of the disappointment what we sometimes feel in relationality to recognizing even the quality within ourself that kind of longs for that at times, right? It feels good. That's a problem, right? That's a problem with Aries and retrograde. It feels kind of good, doesn't it? It feels kind of good, doesn't it? But it's not healthy. And this is the conversation of the fact that when something is good for us, it feels good, and it is good because it empowers us in being able to articulate upon it. It fortifies us. It is something we hold energetically sacred, because there's no limitation to how much we want to speak towards it. Continuing to get clarification between our Tower card and our Seven of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Boom, double sevens. And this is triple sevens today. And I got to tell you, this is not the first time it's happened this week. This is not the first time we're seeing this. Go back a couple days. I believe it was it 2 or 3 days ago? We had a lot of sevens on the table. And I got to tell you right now, And this is the thing you got to understand. Like, the thing we have to be wary of when we see a lot of sevens is conversations upon ideals. And the thing about an ideal is you have to understand an ideal should be something that helps you. It should be instructions on how to carry shapes. It is the observation of something to take into consideration that allows you to do something in a better way, right? That's why we call it an ideal. Ideal has the word idea in it. So it says when you're trying to build perfect, utilize an ideal, because an ideal gives you the things to pay attention to in order to carry the proper form. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work right now, this is what is the energy in separation doing? They're building their ideals. This is either the energy in separation that's thinking about working through what that ideal relationship is, right? Utilizing that like that understanding of the contemplation of the ideal that is so, that's basically what a manifestation goal is, right? It is the conversation with the universe on what an ideal would be. And this is why we shouldn't be too specific. This is why we shouldn't be too specific when we build manifestation goals, right? Because often that ability of understanding the energetic ideal, a good ideal is one that allows you to see more, right? It allows you to be able to understand and identify something that even your present self is not in the condition of understanding. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, this is why it's really important to work through non-attachment as one is building towards manifestation goals. Because when we get attached to things, we get fixated. And when we get fixated, we can't see things clearly, right? So that's why we work towards the healthy manifestation is not built upon fixation. A healthy manifestation is not built upon saying, I want that, right? And the universe says, it's a real, really? You want that? I want that. It's a real shame because I had something really cool planned for you. I was gonna, no, and that's okay, right? Right? It's the observation, and that's the conversation that we have with the universe, right? The higher self says, why do you want that? Right? It's the understanding of ourself that helps us learn what is nourishing for us versus things that we need to energetically avoid. And that is always that space. It's difficult, right? It's frustrating. A healthy spiritual journey will frustrate you every step of the way because it's often the song you'll hear is I didn't think of that. It's the observation of the understanding that comes with being able to learn about oneself in a deeper way. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, and this is what I mean about these relationships that are forming right now. Make sure if you take a look at the Substack, you look at the second row in comparison to this, in comparison to the first. Because what is this energy in separation stating to themselves? We are not defined by a past if we're working to heal from it. We are not divine. We are not defined by a past if we are working to heal from it. We are not defined by a past if we are working to heal from it. And the observation of healing from a past that we do not find ideal is not one that we say, I have to be like, I went through that. Now you have to go through that. That's what happens. That is projecting. Okay. That's how you want to carry the past forward. Go for it. You want to keep on reliving that same energetic cycle. You want to keep doing that. Keep on saying, I went through it. So you have to go through it. You go on with your bad self. You keep on replicating those bad cycles. You can, like, that's what the universe says. If you want to do that, that's fine, I guess. But what if, what if you go through that journey and instead you say, and this is what Chiron teaches us, I'm going to go through that to make sure nobody else has to again, including the self, because that's what the higher self says to the inner child that says, I'm going to work to make sure that you don't have to go through that again, sweetheart. I'm going to make sure that that is not something that we have to endure again. And often, and this is what we talk about with Mercury and Leo, which is sometimes things happen, right? And they are not avoidable. But how we choose to move from them says everything about who we choose to energetically be. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, that is what the energy is working on in separation, temperance energy, right? Making the best out of difficult situations is this. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships coming together, combinations, right? This is anything is possible, which I do the best I can, right? Making it work with the combination of always thinking with that space of compassion. And so this is the energy that starts with the compassion that they bring to themselves, the observation of the love that they find within that they then start to express without. So I either see, again, either energy right now in separation, that is in separation saying, I am working on myself because the love I give myself is a gift and it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. Because as soon as we start to love ourselves, we start to express and expound upon that love to all of those around us. And I also see that these are the relationships that are saying anything is possible so long as the work is mutual. And this is the energy that is building into that space of finding an energetic counterpart that not only cares about themselves to the same degree or is working on it, but also wants to share that, right? They want to share that energetic bounty of the love they feel for themselves with the energy of those of the energy of the partner around them. Continuing to get clarification between these cards right now. We've got our, look at that, 3 of Wands, further confirmation, right? Anything is possible if the work is mutual. But when we don't want to do the work, we often project, right? And it's not, and it's, here's the thing about it. And I keep on getting, this is the space where, and it's not the space that we overly internalize, right? Being in a healthy spiritual place is having good direction sense, which is the observation as to whether the work needs to happen within or without. And this is why we do shadow work, right? This is why we don't avoid things that we're energetically afraid of, but we confront them within ourselves. Because when we go towards our fear and say, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? The fear either goes, I don't know. I've been here a long time. Or the fear goes, I want to tell you something. I got a little bit of a concern I want to bring up, right? And that is how we understand what direction the work needs to go, right? Because when we find a fear in ourselves and we go, what is that? And you go, I don't know. Why are you here? No idea. Right? That's usually something that says, I got to work on that. I don't know what that is. I gotta talk to that fear a little bit more and figure out what the heck it's doing. Where did you come from? Do you want to, but when we have that energetic fear within us that says, no, I got some stuff I got to talk to you about. I got some worries. I got some concerns, right? And it becomes actionable. Then that is the space by which the ego helps us, right? And it allows us to see more clearly. And that's the thing about it. Everything is a gift to help us see more clearly, so long as we're energetically ready to face it. And so I keep on seeing now, like that's what I meant in terms of some of the energy right now. There is some energy right now coming into divine union, going into a heart opening. Chiron in retrograde, which says, and what does Chiron in retrograde say? I'm ready to face it, right? It's the space by which we're able, and that is what happens, right? That's why we sometimes see something and we realize that the gift isn't the fact that we don't smack ourselves and say, why didn't I see it sooner? It's the observation of saying, look how strong you've become, right? Look how strong that you've become, that now you can experience something that would have potentially devastated you before, but now you're standing within it and you're able to energetically face it. Because that's how much our own bodies love us. Our minds love us so much. They will block us from seeing things. It will block us from seeing things until it feels like it's safe in order to do so. And this is why we have to work in terms of feeling energetically safe, because that ability of understanding what a magical machine our bodies are, right? Sometimes it's like, I could not let you understand that yet. That would have been too much at the time, right? Would have been too much. Would have broken you, right? So when we look at that and we stop getting so hard on ourselves, we stop beating ourselves up. When we say to ourselves, I can't believe I didn't see it sooner, to change that narrative and say, look how strong I've become. that I'm finally energetically ready to face it, and it won't debilitate me in the process, right? And that is what I keep on seeing is happening right now with a lot of those energetic relationships. They're looking towards the partnership that is sacred because, again, clarification between the Empress card and the Seven of Swords in its upright, Two of Pentacles, right? The space by which one says that the integration of self is met with a deepened understanding of clarity. And it is the clarity that doesn't rock us, but is the clarity that allows us to be able to observe something and feel steady within it. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Swords in its upright in combination with our, look at that, the Seven of Wands in its upright. For the energy deep within divine union right now, Magician in its reversal, right? Magician in its reversal, which is talking towards, right? Like it's the space, and I keep on seeing there's no greater magic than operating in a space of no illusion. Because that ability of doing so is one that you don't look to the world and say, you're not, it's not, this is not what I expect it to be. It's the energy that says we can do better, right? It is the energy that understands and recognizes and identifies what it is that we're working on. And it's, again, I love to see in a magician card in its reversal, because when we see the magician card in its reversal, what it really talks about is the observation of understanding the force of our intention that comes from being energetically in a space. And I like to point this out. We often misinterpret the word humble. Okay. Humble does not mean that you think that you are worthless. I don't know where that came from. Humble does not mean that you think that you are worthless. Humble is the quality and characteristic of being an ever perpetual student of the world. The observation and looking towards something in order to say, instead of why is it not happening, to say, what am I not seeing, right? The ever patience, never waiting of a healthy manifestation that works through the frustration of the self. And this is what I mean in terms of the energy deep within divine union, pushing themselves and being like, oh, what am I not seeing, right? And this is why I almost see the counterpart saying, go gentle on that journey, right? Because sometimes when we're pushing so hard on something, right? When we push so hard, we get so focused on something when we really do need to do is step back, right? And get more comprehensive. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, that is a little bit of the work that's happening with like deep within divine union, being like the desire to like push through on things, but instead stepping back, right? Going more gently, allowing that sense of comprehensiveness to guide one, even through the feeling of the energetic rut of the retrograde season. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Wands in combination with our Two of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Two cards. Okay. We've got here, our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Ace of Pentacles. Man, this is so I gotta tell you, one of the things I'm seeing here with the Ace of Pentacles, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm just going to prepare you for this. We had a Leo new moon, which actually felt like a full moon. And I prefer a Leo new moon vastly compared. A Leo full moon can be really messy. I'm just going to tell you, Leo full moon energy can be really like, it can often create a lot of the space where one can't see something properly because you're too much in the like it's too much. It's a Leo new moon is good because it's more like a full moon. We're about to go into an Aquarian full moon can often feel like a new moon because it's the conversation that says, don't forget possibility. You know, like the one thing you forget about sometimes when you're feeling bleak is hope, right? The observation that there's something else that greater that may occur and the ability, right? And often I keep on seeing, like when we're feeling bleak, bring a little bit of hope to a situation and see how that changes, right? This is not a time, I'm going to tell you right now, retrogrades like this, not a time to assume things. Not a time to get energetically, not a time to get energetically cynical. I know the temptation is there, right? Like, I know that there's that temptation to want to get energetically frustrated about things. But what do we learn in the context of feeling frustrated, right? When we feel frustrated and we have hope, we get creative. We get creative. Frustration, right? Frustration plus hope equals creativity, right? Frustration plus hope equals creativity. So I see that for a lot of the energy, right? Like, and this is important for a lot of that energy and separation, which is like the energy, like, I feel like there's some energy. And I feel like this is what happens, right? Like allowing the frustration to give one permission, right? Think about the frustration, right? When you feel hopeless, now you have permission, right? It's like, what like why, like what it only it's only the positive, right? And I feel like there's something about that energy here that we're seeing that allows the context in order to kind of, I keep on seeing, like, I feel like that energy right now is like the ability to be dazzled by one's own possibility of what one might not be seeing. And this is what we see. And I got to tell you right now, I'm going to tell you right now, for a lot of the energy and separation, it could be feeling a little like going into the breach right now, right? Like, I see that there's some energy and separation that has the ability to go back to a situation that was not ideal for them. And they're holding a light in front of them. And what's that light? It's the light of their ideal, right? And I can almost hear energy from the past going, where are you going? And the energy going, it's this way. And they're going like, why are you going this way? Being like, I know it's there. I know that relationship that's for me is there. I know that that space of being appreciated is there. And the problem is sometimes, right? Sometimes it gets kind of quiet. It gets kind of quiet when we're moving away from something. And all we have is the realm of what we've experienced. And we follow our heart, right? We follow the call of our heart that says, go with, like, follow me. I know that there's something better on the other side of that. And so I see that for a lot of the energy, it's working through the anxiety. It's working through the insecurities. It's working through the doubts. It's working through the fears. And what is the energy doing? Nothing but a dream to guide them is the song you will hear when you're following a manifestation goal. So I keep on seeing that. How do you guide yourself when you're following a manifestation goal and you're not sure you're going in the right direction? Take a chapter from the Capricorn full moon. Chart your progress. Are you improving? You're going in the right direction. Chart your progress. When you're not sure where your direction is, but you're holding the manifestation, let the charting of the progress fortify the direction. Well, and this is what I keep on seeing that's allowing some of these new relationships. See all these new relationships that are coming together, being like, what are you doing here? Like, look at this, right? Like, this is saying to me, there's a little bit I keep on hearing, right? Sometimes I keep on seeing, right? When we start to follow our hearts, we find those that are also following theirs, right? And I keep on seeing this is not energy that's looking for someone. This is energy that's finding themselves. And when we find ourselves, we find counterpart along the way, because it's the ability that we give ourselves the abundance that we were looking for in partnership, and we find those that we're energetically looking for. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now. I told you, remember when I said these relationships are going to have some really strong foundations? They're not leaving anything to chance. They're talking, like, they're building plans right now. Like, look at this. This is the energy saying we can do better, and let's talk about what that's going to look like. Continuing to get clarification for the energy moving deeper into divine union between our Two of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with our Magician card in its reversal. Four of Cups in its upright. So for a lot of this energy right now, and I'll like, look at this. This is I told you, this is really rough right now for the energy coming and moving deeper into divine union, right? And because this is the energy that understands that the healthy partnership is not the space where you forget the past. It's the space where the past starts making a lot more sense. And so I see even now that for a lot of that energy, right? That observation, right? This is what we mean in relationality to understanding that the healthy spiritual pathwork is not one that creates a space of forgetting, right? It's the energy that is able to identify and notice the difference between what one experienced in the past versus what one finds. And that's difficult. That's painful, right? We talk about the fact that a heart opening, it's not just like when you open your heart, it's not just all good stuff in there. It's not just, it's like, oh look, I found the heart that's got like it's like it's everything, right? It's the ability to be able to feel the space of saying I can contain it, right? And this is why, again, for a lot of this energy, the work that they're doing is identifying and learning how not to project. Because when we're going through that complication, and again, this is what Chiron teaches us. I go through it so you don't have to, is the song of love, right? Because when we work through our own complication within, and we're very intentional in what we give those around us, then that is the love that feels like love, right? Because we hold the fear back. We hold the doubt and worry. But when we're not in a healthy space, right? This is often why when we sometimes are not in a healthy space, we project like our love doesn't feel like love. It can feel like we're giving someone our doubts. It feels like we're giving them our worries, right? And that's why we say you have to be strong in the face of love, because the ability to hold back all of the anxiety and all of the fear so that your love feels like love, that is the work that we do when we care about each other, right? And the song of love is I do that work so you don't have to. Continuing, and that's what this energy right now is learning to do as they're moving deeper into union. The final card for the energy deep within divine union across all the frequencies right now between our 10 of pentacles in its reversal in combination with our ace of pentacles in its reversal in combination with our 4 of cups in its upright. Judgment card. Yep. So, and I want to stress this right now. You know, when we see the judgment card, and this is what we articulate upon our ability, and I keep on hearing the ability to tell the difference is one of the most important gifts that we have, because there's often those that will try to confuse things. They'll try to confuse something unhealthy with something healthy. They'll try to say, I'm doing something in the same way and saying, no, you're not. And so I feel like the difficulty with a lot of the energy that we're understanding and underscoring right now is recognizing the nuance of what is energetically healthy. And that is the difference between harmony and harboring. Okay, what is harmony? Harmony is working on doing something in a way that makes it greater. And you can usually tell a healthy manifestation because it is a manifestation that can be shared by yourself and those around you. A harmonious manifestation is one that creates harmony not only for the self, but for everyone that one experiences it with. A harbored manifestation is often one that one only desires for the self. And you can usually tell that you're too much in your ego if you're operating on a manifestation goal that only applies to the self, right? It is the quality and a good way, right? It's hard to tell sometimes. We always try to do the right thing, but a good way to be able to articulate if a manifestation goal that you have feels like it is one that is best for you is to ask yourself, is it one that one would eagerly share with another, right? Because that is the difference between working through a projection, which is the space by which you say it's you against the world, versus one that says you want to apply that force of energetic generosity to all of those that one experiences. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, potentially having to go through moments, and I mean this, like especially in the realm of talking through, and this is what I keep on seeing. It's funny, isn't it? How being able to talk with passion can create a lot of communication. But if you're only talking about the fact that you have passion, there's nothing to talk about, right? It's very easy to try to articulate and say, we honor you have to honor emotions. We don't have to honor emotions that don't make sense. We don't honor emotions by experience, talking about the fact that we have them. We honor them by being able to articulate and do the internal work of what the emotions mean. So this is a lot of the continuation and making sure, and the difference between what feels healthy versus what feels energetically indulgent. And it's very, we all fall into those modalities, right? That's why we talk about, and this is why, again, healthy spirituality is temperance. It's not like you can do something and be like, I did it. I am free. I am free now. You guys all suck. I'm done. I'm done. I did it. I'm perfect now. It's not, you don't do that. It's constantly looking and saying, what do I need to bring to it? What do I need to work on now? Right? It's a balancing act. So I keep on seeing the question has to do with the application of the force of care, right? It's looking at something and saying, what do I need to bring to a situation to allow for that space of recognizing and identifying what needs to heal. The work never stops. It's ongoing. But that's often why we sometimes can reach those frustration points, because I keep on seeing that observation of wanting, like, you want to, like, we all have that tendency, right? It feels good to be right. Does it? But like, but that's the thing about it. Like, even navigating that feeling is indulgent, because it's not about right. It's about what's working, right? And when we're doing that, and I like to point this out, in healthy partnership, when someone leaves an argument and someone's right, everything is wrong, right? A healthy argument is not one where one leaves and another is right and another feels wrong. It's the space by which we find what feels like it's energetically best. And so that's what I keep on seeing that's happening for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. It's articulating and talking to each other that allows the context of always working on finding that energetic balance point, right? And even in the context of doing so, it's constant calibration. So what do we see that the energy deep within divine union is doing right now? They're calibrating, because calibrating is the song of a healthy partnership. While for the energy deep within divine union, I see that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, this is the work that they're calibrating, but they're calibrating internally. Okay. So the energy deep within divine union is calibrating their manifestations. The energy coming into divine union is calibrating within themselves as it relates to the new feelings that they're having in relationality to something that they could not observe before. While for the energy in separation, that observation, that recognition point of the adaptability, like, this is the energy that is allowing the manifestation to be the song that guides them. And when you allow the manifestation to be the song that guides you, it's not that you're rigid in it, right? It's not that you don't look at someone and be like, you're not what I'm looking for, right? You have that modality of remembering a healthy manifestation is one that allows for that sense of delight and surprise, because you say, like, you understand that there's something that when we work in harmony with the universe, we say, surprise me in the best way possible, right? These are my priorities, right? I leave the rest to you. And so I keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy that is focusing on their pathwork to manifestation and charting their progress on the way, or the energy that is feeling that delightful surprise of the discovery of an energetic connection that feels like there's a mutual understanding in terms of where the work goes, that opens up the possibility of anything that may occur. Bottom of the deck on this reading, boom, 5 of Pentacles in its reversal. A lot of retrogrades is abandonment moon central. I'm just going to tell you right now, a lot of retrograde energy is abandonment moon central. A lot of those abandonment wounds can come crawling up to the surface, feeling triggered like crazy, feeling like others are triggering, like a lot of that, especially with the energy in Aries, right? And it's not, and here's the thing about it. It's not the fact, it's not wrong to be triggered, right? And this is what we learn with a healthy ego, right? When someone's like, you're being triggered, sometimes you're like, you bet I am. You bet it's not about losing one's triggers. It's understanding when it's right and reasonable to be triggered, right? Because that's the energy, which is the observation that says that it's not about being nice. It's about understanding what is energetically important. So I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that is doing that different, like having to have that, like this is the retrograde and others experiencing and understanding the difference between niceness and courtesy, right? Niceness is just being okay with everything. Who wants to be nice? It's not about being nice. It's about being courteous, which is the understanding that to insist is not polite. It's not kind, right? So that's a lot of that work that I see in terms of understanding and refining upon something in relationality to being able to identify and articulate the nuance between like how one approaches something versus the intention that one brings forth to it. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, working through that, like identifying the trigger. It's not just like there might be some things right now happening during the retrograde that trigger you. And I'm not here to say that you shouldn't be triggered. I'm saying make sure, make sure that that trigger has a standard behind it, right? Because when our egos are working properly, they get triggered when a standard is not being met, right? Not because we're feeling energetically defensive. That is our daily collective read today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here to experience it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Tower card. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access as a monthly subscriber to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you updates on what we've been experiencing energetically. I just released one on this recent new moon that we experienced. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Nikki. You got our highest gifter today. You will have that free reading. And witches, you actually got second, so you will have an additional card as well in our one card. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you would like to get on the list for today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 27K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So thank you for helping to share these messages. Grams, thank you so much for the gifts. It doesn't go both ways. What doesn't go both ways, Lotus? Bridget, I literally go for a drive on the highway at night and roll down all the windows. Oh, that sounds amazing. And let loose. Thank you for those roses, witches. Guys, make sure to give witches a follow. So good to see you today. I hope you're doing well. And thank you as well, Lotus. Thank you for the help as well, witches. Flo, spicy, yes. I'm not surprised. I was not, listen, Chiron going retrograde, I feel like it's going to get spicy. Hi, everyone. We just finished the collective mini. Empress time right now is crazy. But I need to point out, I need to stress this. Listen, I like seeing an Empress card like in combination with the World and the 7 of Swords. You know, because it's a lot of that energy. Like, I gotta say, it's like you got a right to be angry. It's like that kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the energy being like, you're so upset, being like, I have a right to be. You know what I mean? Like, it's the ability. It's not about not being upset. It's about articulating upon why one is. Real, thank you, Flo. Yeah, Chiron just went retrograde, Nikki. We were talking about it. We've got so many 7 cards in this reading. It's wild. This is not the first time this month that this has happened. You'll recall, I think was it last week or a few days ago? We had a bunch of 7s in the reading. All right. And thank you as well, Flo. I got it. And I laughed out loud. Thank you, Nikki. I love you. Thank you. Thank you for your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Bridget, it totally is. When my dad passed, I went on every roller coaster and just screamed. Oh, sending you so much support, Bridget. And thank you for those roses, witches. I love that. What a great way to feel your feelings. It's a beautiful way of letting it out. Mirrors are beautiful so long as we're working to improve our reflections. Thank you so much, Nikki, for receiving that message. And thank you as well for the gifts. Hi there, Viviana. How are you doing? I absolutely love that. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Chanti, thank you for the gifts. Good to see you today. That's my go-to now when I'm going through it. You see, the thing is, I can't do that. I get seasick. I can't. I can't get on a roller coaster. I'm not good on them. I look at a roller coaster and I get seasick. I'm a delicate flower. There's only one thing at the sword store. Exactly, Flo. Hi there, Amiel. How are you doing today? Welcome. No worries about being late. This will be up. I mean, again, this is being recorded, so you'll be able to catch it if you missed it. Night Owl, you can always ask a question, but if you'd like cards pulled, you have to get on the list, and you can just send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. And again, reminder to anyone who's following us across the other apps, if you would like to get on the list as well today, you can via those same methods. Delta, thank you for the recharging your heart me's. Reminder to my subscribers, if you would like an animal spirit guide card with your one card, make sure you're recharging your heart me. A little sweet treat. Yeah. Don't you want to get triggered as a little bit of a sweet treat? So many treats. I'll be diabetic at the end of the retrograde. How are you doing, AK? V, I've been trying not to indulge. Yep, no regrets. Chrissy, I'm a fixed sign, so I fixate. And here's the thing, listen, it's not that listen, we work through this. It's not that fixation is by its nature negative, but it's making sure that you're fixating on something because it feels nourishing to the self, not something that feels like it is deleterious to the self. That's the thing we have to be conscientious about, because I need to point out a fixation that is healthy. What do we call that? That's a passion. Okay. A fixation that is healthy is a passion. A fixation that is deleterious to the self is a fixation. And Bridget, I give my past the definition I choose to give it. Tap to claim, beautifully said. Grand Rising Haley, Grand Rising Team Olsana. Hannah, does everyone have a counterpart or multiple? I assume you can go through a life without finding them. It varies. It varies. And I got to point out, it's working through, and listen, there are those who are here that are not, their path work is not one that is invested purely on on finding a counterpart. It has a lot to do, and this is what we do with life path readings. And I do this with my clients, understanding what our wider purpose is, understanding what our energetic assignment is, what we're here to try to work through. In relationality to counterpart, I feel like there's a lot of that space by which I like to point out, we always have counterpart. The counterpart, it's a question of the proximity that the counterpart rests, whether the counterpart is within the self or whether the counterpart is outside of the self, if that makes sense. Bridget, anyone else seeing? Oh yeah, I know. I don't know what I did. I have no idea where the sparkles came from. I don't know what I did. This is what I mean by a Leo, like Mercury retrograding in Leo. Like, I have no idea. I have no idea. Beats me. I'm just going with it. Like, that is what I mean. Like, I don't mind Mercury retrograding in Leo because stuff like that. Hi there, Per. Thank you for recharging your heart me's. Viviana, yes, I initially thought I was seeing orbs. No, I have no idea where they came from. I don't know, Per. I am just here. Maybe I hit a button. I don't know what I did. Yes, disassociating is protection from what your brain can't handle. Tap to claim. I said, does anyone else see the sparkling? Is divine in divine union. In divine union, we're fools. I like that. Sparkling is a better word for it. It's magical today. I don't know what happened. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, which is good to see you. Grace, Grand Rising, dear. I hope you're doing well. Guys, make sure to give Witches a follow. Always a pleasure to have you here, dear. Why won't it let me pin? Give me a second. Oh, there we go. I see the sparkles too. Everybody kind of looks like snow. And thank you for the roses, dear. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Bridget. Bam. I have neighbors. Pillow scream. I go for a drive on a nice highway and roll down all the windows. There you go. I like that. Belladonna, thank you for recharging your heart me. I wish. Thank you as well. Dobby. All I saw as I was reading is Dobby is a free elf, and I almost fell over. You gave me a great idea on my way to the car anyway. We'll be screaming for at least an hour, sending you support per Hannah. The work is beauty, but it's tough sometimes to accept. It's always healing and never healed. Tap to claim. Beautifully stated, Hannah. Everyone likes to be right, especially the fixed signs. Flo, go on a drive and scream between songs. Bring a drink and get a meal afterwards. This is true. That's what I manifested. My priorities in a partner. That's so beautiful, Nikki. And thank you for sharing your story. Isabella, thank you for the follow. Bravo. Thank you, witches. Good to see you, dear. I do my best. Oracle, good to see you as well. I will say, though, at certain times of the month, I don't know why I'm grumpy or upset. I mean, but that's what I mean, right? Doing the internal work and being like, why do I feel the way that I do? Same. I have to remind myself that, yep, it's always not always our friend. Exactly. Understanding our waves. Hardy, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. I know. I'm so excited for this tarot class. It's going to be a good one. Absolutely. I'm rich in readings. You are, Nikki. I'm going to need it. Bridget, I woke up to a potential side gig. Oh, that's amazing. Congratulations, dear. Dude, my dreams last night, this whole week, all through this retrograde, wild. Just a reminder, if anyone wants to get on the list for a dream interpretation, you can do so. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right. And if you have a dream that you would like to share, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. I'm so thankful for the Empress and healing energy right now. Like, God, yes, I would be so wrecked without it. And I'm going to tell, like, this is what I mean. You know, I feel like it's helping the fact that we're going through this retrograde season in Leo. And I actually feel like the Mercury retrograde is helping us right now. Right? You know, it's like it's working through the intentionality of perception. And Little Hawk, thank you so much for the heart maze. Hi, dear. Good to see you today. I get super motion sick now too. It makes me sad. I used to love rides. I've always been like this, but it's gotten worse. The older, I can't even. I'm like, I read books and I get dizzy if I'm reading the wrong thing. I've always been like this. I'm just too sensitive. Thank you for those roses, which is that is beautiful about the counterpart. And Hazel, thank you for the follow. Sin, I'm a Leo Mercury, not in retrograde though, and Gemini Venus. But I love a Leo Mercury. You know what I mean? Like Leo and Mercury is about like, it is like, you have no right to talk to me like that. You know what I mean? It's the space. It's like, it's not about being right. It's about being kind. Right. It's a lot like, I like a Mercury Leo. Cause it's a lot of, it's like a lot of the Mercury Leo being like it's very much kind of the same energy, you know? Does that mean I have superpowers right now? I don't know. Go talk to someone. Try it out. Do me. What do you want me to do, Em? Always my privilege to be here. Thank you. Always privilege to have you here. If you want a reading, Em, all you need to do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. I do 1 card readings for subscribers once we get through the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-Leo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. You saw that you got me with the Dobby as a free elf. All right, I concur. Hold on a moment. Dude, if I told you, I had a dream the other day. It was dark, but it was really profound. It was heavy. And my dream last night was wild too. I would not be surprised if you're having a lot of confluence dreams right now. A lot of people, like seeing people from the present in past contexts is what I'm getting because of Neptune and Saturn in retrograde. It's like, it's like, when are you doing here kind of energy, right? It's when are you doing here? All right, where was I? Okay. And Jaws, thank you for recharging your heart knees. We just did the free reading, Em. We just completed an hour of free readings, and now we're going to get into personal readings, and we do free one cards for subscribers. I take other forms too. You can find the full list of forms I take on my tree with binks in it in my bio. You can also do a baby dragon. We'll also get you on the list. My dreams have been so wild this week too, but then I can't recall them when I try to write them down. Well, I will, you know, one thing I also like to point out here is if you can recall fragments of the dreams, we can work with the fragments of the dreams too, and I can try to build back into the dream. I will point out too, listen, enough of this. If you're not remembering dreams right now, there's probably a good reason, right? Because you could have some guides being like, you're not bringing that back with you right now. That's not going to be helpful. I just posted something that hit me yesterday emotionally. Oh, I can't wait to read it, Grace. Checking in, Melly, checking in to see where you are on the list. You sent the donation, right? I've got you number 2, honey. And you got an extra card because you were the first on the list. And Odas, thank you for the heart knees as well. I concur. Thank you as well. Which is V called my BF crying about my day, and he's going to take me to get my favorite veggie burger. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's beautiful. And thank you for the gifts, Little Hawk. I was like, should I cry too? To you more often. Amazing. Oh, I'm a Leo too. Yeah, how are you doing right now, Leos? It's gonna be a strange Leo season. It's gonna be a strange Leo season. Especially with that Aquarius moon, man. Grand Rising channeling, so good to see you. I found my cosmic creations today and haven't used them yet. I don't know what that means, but that sounds awesome. All right, friends, we're gonna get started on personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. You'll be the 4th person read for. 3 cards. I'm also keeping the list there. Oh, it's a deck. Oh, have I seen that one? Post it in the Discord if you haven't posted it. If you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 5th person read for. The first person we're reading, we're also at 31.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, Grace, 1 animal. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who said blue? It was the hawk, but it is a blue hawk in this deck. So there's that. All right, guys, thank you. We'll do that after the next reading. First person we're reading for today is Ava. Ava, thank you so much for your patience. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 6th person read for. And Nicole, thank you for also getting on the list. Half right, I'll take it. Oh, thank you, Ava. Thank you for letting me know it's on where it is. Just a reminder, friends, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, inside or outside tea, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also send it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channel. It does fly. Okay. All right, I've got Ava's question here. All right. And you said it's outside. I was considering going to a meditation retreat for 3 months, and I would like to read the energy around it. I went to 2 retreats in the past, but I didn't have the best experience because I was going through a lot and many things came up. I know going is aligned with my purpose, but I don't know if I'm energetically strong enough yet. Would love some insight from my guides. Okay. Can I please get 5 cards for Ava on the energy related to that locationality? And 1 more, please. Oh, you want to, okay, sticky. Ooh. I feel like it was there like a people issue in the last time you went somewhere like this? I don't feel like there will be a people problem at this one. I'm also gonna be pinning I'm gonna pin up Ava. Hold on, I'm gonna pin up Ava here. Make sure to give Ava a follow. We wanna support each other across the platform. Um, I feel like there's something really important that I'm noticing in relationality to, I gotta say, I feel like the last time you went to something like this, you were looking for something outside the self. And I feel like the big difference I'm seeing in relationality to this experience is I feel like I keep on hearing like someone saying, like, I want to be alone is what I keep on seeing, right? The ability to be able to move into a space that's a funny thing. I keep on hearing it's going to feel like a little bit of an energetic reversal. Um, because there was something about the energy around you last time that just felt like really distracting. You know what I mean? Like it had you too much in your head, you know? And I think that the difference about this now is I almost keep on hearing you're going for completely different reasons, you know? Like I feel like it was I almost feel like you have to look at that last experience as training wheel, you know? Like it wasn't, I keep on hearing it wasn't lost work, but um I feel like the thing that's significant with this, I keep on hearing this one you will successfully be able to drown out the noise, you know? Like this is the most important card that I'd see around a situation like this. And I like it because it says to me that I feel like it's interesting because I see you arriving somewhere with zero expectations is all I keep on hearing. That was the lesson. That was the lesson of the last experience. I keep hearing that was the lesson of the last sojourn, right? Expectations ruin things, right? And I feel like that's the thing that's important. If you arrive into this space with the zero expectations, you're going to be kind of surprised with what you find there. I know I'm making it harder by saying that. But I keep on hearing, remember, the goal is to find yourself. And I feel like I keep on hearing like there was something about the last experience that I almost feel like I see you trying to I keep on hearing, I'm not doing it right. And I keep on hearing like your guide saying, you always are doing you right, right? It's not about doing it right. You have to start by saying, remember, you can never not do you right, right? But when we put the desired expectation outside of ourselves, especially when we're trying to find ourselves, we get frustrated because we say, I'm not doing it right. And I feel like that is the thing that's effectively feeling like has changed. Like I feel like you're going into an experience with much more confidence. I also feel like you've been practicing is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like this isn't you just kind of throwing yourself off the deep end. This is saying to me, like I almost see like a situation that you're like, you understand. No, 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 no. You understand that you're energetically ready. It's also funny too. I gotta stress. I just gotta point this out. I don't. It's the funniest thing because Strega is actually going through my wallet right now as I'm doing this reading. So I don't know if it's like I feel like there's something about this particular moment that allows an ability to do this where previously you wouldn't be able to, is what I keep on seeing. So I think it's funny because like Strega playing with my wallet almost like is an indication to me that it says like it's gonna feel like it's worth your investment, is what I keep on getting. I want to draw this final card that I have here. And that's like, wow, it's the Tower card. But that's what I mean. Like that is what I mean in relationality to, so like, make sure you are entering a situation with zero expectations. And it's funny because I keep on hearing, like, I feel like I keep on hearing a guide say that's the key to good meditation too, right? Often when we're going into meditation and then with a goal, and then we get frustrated because we're like, I'm not finding anything. Strega, no, right? Like the ticket is straight. I just pulled the ticket out of my wallet. The ticket to the ticket to a good meditation is abandoning expectation, which is not like looking and saying it's not working, but almost like that sense of curiosity in terms of what one finds. So I feel like there's something about that work that's allowing you the context of like not being so hard on the self, or focusing more on like like I keep on seeing like removing the distractions, if you will, to allow you to kind of move deeper into that space of energetic quiet. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 6 of Pentacles in its upright. Um it's so interesting because I keep hearing like working like I keep on hearing there's something about this time that allows for an abundance of opportunity to do so. You know what I mean? Like it's saying to me that um it's interesting because I feel like the energy in this situation is going to be very different than the last one you went to. But I also see it's because um you're not building the expect. I keep on hearing, don't think about like, I feel like it's almost a space that like you're not looking to find something there. You're looking to arrive at a place, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like almost the energy that you're bringing to it, that like I feel like it's work. I feel like there's something about you working in the space of gratitude, which is almost like that space of like understanding that, like, how do I describe this best? Um, when we're working in the context of gratitude, it's sometimes can feel difficult because it's abandoning the expectation of meeting another's standards, right? And I feel like that's the difference that's potentially happening right now. Like I see you kind of doing it in such a way that you're facilitating upon, like you're facilitating upon what can be found there, but not feeling like you're energetically failing if it doesn't feel like it's entirely in alignment to you, right? Like, and I feel like that's the thing about it. Like, I think that you're doing, I keep on hearing like your guide saying you're getting better at understanding attunement doesn't mean that like you have to do something exactly the way everyone else does, but finding the way that works best for you is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal read, and it's interesting too. I don't know why. I feel like there's some kind of opportunity on the other side of it after, like in relationality to doing so, is what I keep on seeing. You know, if thank you so much again, Ava, for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. The list is going to be very tight today. So if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. The next person, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Yes. And thank you so much, Witches, for helping. I appreciate it. Thank you as well. Kimoy, your subscription is ending soon. If you'd like to renew. She's not buying anything. She just had to empty. She had to empty. It's just, and I got to point out, as soon as I finished the reading, she stopped doing it. So she was pulling out a lot of lottery tickets from my wallet. So it says to me, like, I think it was a part of the reading in terms of saying that there's a lot of opportunities to be energetically found there as it relates to insights, is what I keep on getting. Yes, I've been meditating and working on my mindset. Sushi, yeah, exactly. BC, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you share the live. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, are you proud of yourself? All right, the next person we're reading for today is, we're reading for Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Yeah, it's very, I wish I could show you guys right now. She's literally just laying on my bed surrounded by lottery tickets. She's like, Mother, look what I've done. Hi there, dear. Okay, thank you. It's on okay, thank you for letting me know, Mel. All right, where are we? And just a reminder, if anybody would like to get on the list for today, we're doing life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretation readings, and guided messages. I know I got to get better at taking pictures. I just, she's just like a little sausage. Okay, where are we? Where are we? Ba-ba-bum. I think I got a good one of her yesterday. What was she doing? It was really cute. She was just she was laying around. I had a bunch of books out I was reading, and she was just like, she likes to like lay out in front of my books, like, are you reading these? You know, they're mine now. All right, where were we? Okay, before we get started on Melly's reading, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bee. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Melly? All right. Elephant dragonfly. Guys, 1 animal private. Thank you for letting me know, dear. Yes, there is a bee. All right. Where were we? Oh. Okay. Okay. I got you, dear. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Can I get 4 cards, please? Yeah, thank you. 5, please. All right. So we're doing an energetic read on how to navigate a situation. Okay. So I keep on hearing the word. The thing I know you're going to be abrasive when I say this, which is we give the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt, right? And what do we mean by what do we mean by giving the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt? It means when someone's doing something that we are seeing we do not think is best, we give them the tools they need to do better. right? We give them everything they need to do better. And I keep on hearing knowledge is power, right? Knowledge is power. And when someone, and the difference between someone saying I didn't realize or I didn't care is the difference between having a difficult conversation, right? And so that's the thing I think is the first, is the thing that you have to take into a conversation, because I feel like, and I got to point this out, I think that there's something that they're doing that is triggering a past trauma in you in relationality to another experience. You know, like I can see, like it's like I keep on hearing the word triggering behavior, which is something that creates concern, or something that you yourself experienced and you don't want another person to go through, right? And so when someone is doing something that energetically triggers us, and again, this would also be a good example of the fact that not all of our triggers are negative, right? Not all of our triggers are negative, because if we see something that triggers us, if there's a good reason to be triggered, now it empowers us, which is the observation of being able to say to another person, listen, I understand that you and I have existed and we've had very different experiences. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you're bringing the right intentions to your actions. So, with being equipped with a trigger that I have around something I see that you're doing that created a wound in me, right? Something that I experienced from another person that hurt me. And I see you doing that again to someone else. The best way we can help another person understand the significance of what we are asking of them is to tell them how the experience shaped us. So instead of potentially making sure that you're not projecting the intentionality, because I feel like the difference in the experience that you had, it felt like someone was being very intentional, right? The difference in relationality to articulating to another and saying, I know you have the best intentions on doing something, but I experienced something similar and I want to let you see the effect that it had on me, right? It allows the conversation to say, let's figure out a better way of doing something that isn't going to create the same wound that you experienced in someone that you care about. Now, and then you see what they do with it, right? Because the ability to say, right, and you're not, and keep on hearing, it's not projecting. It's not projecting if you're sharing to another person how something wounded you, because you're giving them everything you need to say, I'm trying to give you, right? Let's talk about, right? For, like, so saying, like, this is why I'm concerned about it. I'm not gonna put intention on why you're doing it. I'm not gonna get angry at you. It's hard to talk about, but I'm gonna unpack to you why I feel this way and why I think it's important that we change this behavior. Let's talk about other ways we can accomplish what you're trying to accomplish without causing that same pain in another. Anyone that's working towards the same goals as you is going to take that as you giving them everything you need, because that is a conversation that says, I see you doing something wrong and I'm trying to empower, together we can do it better, right? It's the work of being able to say, I want to help you and I'm giving you these things to avoid what could be defined as catastrophe, right? And then you wait, and unfortunately from that point on you wait and see, right? If the observation of someone saying, I had no idea, thank you for telling me, like, that's very important, I will be more mindful. These are all the things that we hear with someone who is being very conscientious and caring about their impact on another person. If that person gets defensive, if they say you're making a big deal out of something, or they push back, well, then they're effectively now projecting their defensiveness onto you, right? So the ability to kind of say, look, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm giving you the benefit of doubt in terms of building well intention. I'm trying to give you the tools so that we can do something better, right? Let their response to a conversation like that equip you with what you need as to whether what they're doing is something where they're, again, someone that is invested in doing their best will always appreciate the critique if they think that they're doing something that is inadvertently causing harm. Someone that is too much in their defensiveness will push away from that, right? Let the observation of their own ability to communicate through that fortify how you navigate going forward. Bottom of the deck, yeah, with the sun card, and this is what we mean. Again, the force of compassion is not one that we just say it's not about letting things go. Never are we in more danger when we let things go, because when we let things go, they will surely happen again. When we call attention to things, right? We call attention to something because we are looking for a way to resolve it. So make sure, I keep wondering, make sure that you're doing the work of calling attention to something, but also giving someone the benefit of the doubt in relationality to having the best intentions, which is the space by saying, I don't think you meant to cause harm from it. And that's why I want to bring it up, because I want to make sure that we're both doing the best that we energetically can. And this is how I help you towards that goal together, right? And I keep on seeing, like, make sure that you're not saying you in that conversation. Make sure if you're doing mutual work, you're identifying that as we, and potentially even say, look, this is why I avoid doing that, because I know how much it affected me. And I want to share my experience with you because you probably didn't have to experience that. Thank you so much, for having that reading with me, Melly. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's a great time to get on the list. You will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to pin up Melly here. Guys, make sure to give Melly a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the platforms. And for anyone who's joining us across the other platforms, you can also get on the list too today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you as well, Witches, for your help today. Always appreciated. Past trauma between my mother and I. Thank you for confirming. You are speaking straight gold right now. Thank you, Nikki. I do my best. I needed to hear this too. I don't think this was your intention. I'm trying to give you the tools to avoid causing harm. Tap to claim, right? I feel like that the most important thing that you have to do is make sure you're make sure the trigger isn't putting intention behind it. Giving them the benefit of the doubt. My teacher said she would email. Happy to read for you on that, Kume. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 4th person read for. I'd love to hear your take on the word but. I know this wasn't in your intention, but it made me feel. I think that there's nothing wrong. I think that there's nothing wrong with the word but, because the thing with the word but is the ability, like the observation, and I think that this is important and we have to recognize this. Many things can be happening at once, right? The thing we have to avoid, the thing we always want to avoid is a but in an apology. Okay, like that's the only time we have to be very conscientious is when we add a but to an apology. Okay. Butts don't belong in apologies is the thing we have to recognize, right? Like that's the thing. And I feel like in this situation, like in the context of helping someone, it's important because when you say but, you say to someone, I understand multiple things can be happening. I understand that you can be you can be well, look, listen, you can be well intentioned and still be doing something very dumb. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, you can be well intentioned and then be doing something that's like not the best thing you could be doing. Apologies, the reason it can be hard for apologies, and you want to be conscientious, is an apology is about taking accountability and then being able to articulate upon what one is trying to do better. So when someone says, so I'm sorry, but it's like, it's the moment that one says, I'm sorry, but it's like, what is the but? You know, it's the observation. Um, and you can explain, like you can say, I'd like an opportunity to explain myself, but we always want to be careful about the apology, the but that's in an apology, because that kind of sometimes erases the apology. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, like it's like the energy being like, okay, I apologize, but it's like the but says, it's like it sometimes can make it feel like the apology with the exception, you know. So, and I think that that's the important, like, I think that that's the important thing we have to understand with the word but usually articulates upon exceptional circumstances, right? Like when we say but, like that's actually what but means. It means but like there's an exceptional circumstance that needs to be taken into play. So when you say like I understand, so like let's take but and just remove that with an exceptional circumstance. I know you are well intentioned. However, there is an exceptional circumstance that I need to call to your attention. That's effectively what the word but means. So when we say I'm sorry, however, I'm sorry. However, there was an exceptional circumstance I have to call to your attention, right? Sometimes it can be there, but you have to be careful that you're really just not really apologizing, right? Because when you're saying that, you're saying I'm not sorry because there was something else happening, which is validating the like validating action. Isn't, however, the same. It's but in the way, but it's an interjection, right? It's and you have to understand where like interjections are saying there's something exceptional I need to bring into the conversation, and I think that that's okay. Some like when we're talking about doing something, when we're trying to give insight, we want to attenuate onto exceptional circumstances. Apologies, right? Apologies, if you're trying to say, I'm sorry, but there was an exceptional circumstance, it can sometimes be like, I'm not apologizing. I feel like I'm right for what I did, So you have to be very conscientious when you're bringing interjections into apologies. Yeah, I know, and I need to point this out too. And listen, this is a Leo thing to do. I've always pointed at this out with Leos, because the thing about with Leos that sometimes is different. Leos get mortified with themselves if something they're doing did not match their intention, which is why Leos sometimes when a Leo puts a but in something, it's not the same way as other signs put a but. Sometimes Leos are trying to say when another person experiences something and a Leo throws a but in, they're trying to tell the other person that was not my intention. I'm trying to help you understand the experience by which I did something so that you understand that what I was doing was not like that was not the intentional response, right? So the observation, and this is something that those with Leo placements sometimes have to work on, like helping another person understand the quality of the intention without them feeling like the but is trying to erase the fact that they acknowledge that there's something you could be doing something better, right? Like that I've noticed, and I notice it's a bit of a Leo thing, because Leos get like mortified with themselves, right? Leos are like there's nothing worse than saying to a Leo, you're the intention you had did not deliver, right? That's like Leos are like, ooh, because Leos lead with compassion. So when somebody says, I did not experience it as compassion, like Leos, like it messes with them. Yep. All right, we're going to continue right now. And thank you again, Melly, for that reading and sending you support on that journey. Yeah, and then mock it, and then people are like, "You sure meant it like that," and they don't believe we're like it's a little it's different, right? It's not And it's the allow me to explain, which is the space by which you have to and I need to stress this. This is what happens with Leos. Leos feel that their explanation is a part of the apology, right? Like Leos often feel that they're not truly apologizing unless they're also, with the accountability, they're explaining their actions. So that's often what's often confused. A Leo will bring that towards an apology because they're like, I owe you an explanation. When a Leo wants to apologize, that's what the energy is. The energy, like that is that is the Leo giving their dignity to the person they're apologizing to. They're saying you deserve that, you like, if I've caused you harm, you deserve an explanation, right? And it's the explanation to try to alleviate something that the Leo feels was not their intention. But often that is misconstrued because there's other signs. Sagittarius. There's other signs, Scorpio. I'm not naming any names. There are other signs, Virgo, that will sometimes throw the button that says, I'm sorry, but which is like a very different, like it's a very different thing. It's a very different thing, right? We all like, there's a different, it's different. It's different. It's a little different. All right, we're going to continue right now. We're going to continue. It's like, it's sometimes there's a few other signs that throw that button as like a little bit of like a correction. It's like, no, 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 no. All right, we're going to continue right now. Next person on the list for today. You tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Okay. Gia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. Continuing to the next person on the list right now. Also, friends, we're at 38.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Next person on the list for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a wonderful time. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. We do here Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guide messages. Also, if you have information relevant, Bridget, no cows today, just swans. If you have information that is relevant to the reading, if you have a dream you'd like interpreted or a past life you'd like more info on, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can put it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. I know. Bridget is just not missing it today. She's going to get her swan. All right. I'm going to shuffle that because you saw it was on the bottom of the deck. I'm catching on. All right, I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7, Maka? It was the water dragon. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I believe Hannah's already posted their question up. I feel like, Hannah, I'm keeping this. I feel like this is important to your reading. All right. It's okay. It's all right. Listen, but I've seen some wild things come through on that. And I'm going to pin up Hannah here. Guys, make sure to give Hannah a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Hannah, I feel a change happening. I don't know. I just feel like I need a reading. I got you, dear. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Whoa. Whew. Okay. Oh my. Yeah, these cards are beautiful. I mean, I mean, you're saying that you feel a change happening, but I feel like you're the force of change here, you know? This is saying to me like some kind of like pathwork of perseverance, like your hard work is paying off, you know? Like I feel like I see you having been like focusing and doing something like potentially over like the last 10 months or so is what I keep on seeing. Things take time, you know? Things take time. And I feel like it's interesting because I feel like this year has been like a very defining year for you, which is I just see you getting serious about stuff, you know? Like I feel like this is the year that you're taking yourself more seriously. I feel like I see you being more serious about where you're putting your like how you're taking care of yourself. I feel like this is you being more serious in relationality to building supportive connections. You know, I keep on hearing the word networking, but I need to stress this. Like, you know, I feel like I feel like you've been stepping out of your comfort zone. You know, like this is saying to me, you've been stepping out of your comfort zone and you've been putting a lot of energy into yourself. And the thing is, sometimes when we do this, um, it takes a minute. It takes a minute, is what I'm getting, you know? Um, I feel like I see somebody seeing your own ability of showing up, right? We show up for ourselves and then others notice, like, and then like us showing up to our for ourselves is what another person sees as integrity. I want you to remember that, right? The song of showing up for ourselves is what another person sees as integrity, which is the responsibility that we put to things that we set our intention on. And I feel like this is what I keep on seeing. It feels to me like you're going to be recognized for your integrity in some fashion, which is somebody like potentially coming towards you with some kind of opportunity, you know, like specifically because they see how well you show up for yourself, you know? I feel like I mean, and here's the thing about it, like, you know, this has been like, you know, this is I feel like and what I think is beautiful about this is I feel like this is something you've been doing for yourself, you know? Um, it definitely feels like some kind of new opportunity. Like I just keep on and it feels almost like someone asking you to go somewhere, you know? Um, somebody like offering something to you is what I'm getting. Um, but I want you right now. I also like I want you right now. Um, I want you pushing on things in the best way possible, you know? Because I think that there's something really important right now. I want you to make sure that you have an elevator pitch ready right now in relationality to what your life goals are, if that makes sense. Because I almost see some kind of conversation that you have with someone in terms of like someone just sitting you down like in a somebody like sitting you down like in a spontaneous moment and saying like I almost see somebody saying like if you could do anything right now what would you be doing, like, you know what I mean, like almost somebody like really saying to you, like asking you, like being very invested in relationality to talking towards what your dreams and aspirations are. So I want you to make sure that you're very, very focused in relationality to being able to articulate upon what those like what not only what you're working on, but what it is that you're trying to do. Because I keep on hearing like opportunities open up with the right conversations, which is to say, like your ability to articulate upon something that has meaning to you, like is going to potentially open some doors. Because I feel like there's something about this I feel like I see some kind of opportunity that's in that I feel like you may have already had it happen, that's bringing you into a lot of new energetic connections, you know? Like I just see that this is a year of you like meeting people, and I keep on hearing like, meeting people offers opportunities when we're able to articulate and define what it is we're trying to do in a bigger way. Bottom of the deck on this reading, and these cards are beautiful, especially with the Devil card. Um, there's something intriguing I see that you're working on right now, an ability. I keep on hearing like the problem with the Goose card is it says, and I think it's interesting. Remember, I said I feel like I have to bring this animal spirit guide card into your reading. Um, you got to learn how to toot your own horn more. You gotta learn how to toot your own horn more. You gotta start speaking with confidence on yourself. I know you hate it. I know I know. I feel like there's something important here, right? Which is like, don't be afraid to honk, which is to say, like, don't be afraid to talk up on yourself or to talk about your accomplishments from a point of confidence, is what I keep on seeing. So I almost feel like that's like, you know, like you might want to practice that, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing I keep on hearing it's not being full of yourself if it's true. You know, it's not taking credit for your accomplishments. It's not full of itself. It's being proud of things. So make sure, make sure that you're working. Like I keep on hearing, like I feel like one of the things you should write down right now is, um, I'm confident to speak about things that I'm proud of. Like I'm confident to speak about things that I'm proud of, which is saying like don't, like I keep wondering, don't undersell yourself. Speak in a space of a lot of that excitement is what I keep on seeing, right? And I almost feel like this, like I feel like you're healing from somebody, like you're healing from some kind of childhood wound where someone told you were full of yourself. It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not full of yourself to be proud of your accomplishments. It's not full of yourself to be proud of your accomplishments. We're full of ourselves. We're full of ourselves when we're talking about things that like we're full of ourselves when we're talking about things that we shouldn't be proud of. Is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like we're full of ourselves when we're overly focused on ourselves, not when we're talking about things that we're proud of. You know? And I feel like there's a lot of that healing that I see that you're doing in terms of like not feeling silly, like talking about yourself from a place of pride, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Hannah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-LIO, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And guys, make sure to give Hannah a follow. We want to support each other across the app. Nikki, why do I go against my strategy? Excellent. Trust your gut. I like that. Ooh, what's not? Ah, I haven't heard that word before. Love is in the air. It feels like those are some fantastic cards, you know? It's like opportunity knocking kind of energy. Oh, it's beautiful. Is that Hawaiian? It's a beautiful word. Yes, Beep, I've got you on the list, dear. Thank you for getting on the list. I heard let's just get down to business for Mulan. Yes, for sure. Yeah, it hit the northwest side. Oh, are you guys okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear you okay. Oh, sending so much support right now. My wrist has been driving me crazy, so I know that there's a storm coming. Like, my wrist has been driving me wild. I'm like, oh man, I can feel it. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm very glad everyone's okay too. I'm from there. It's the biggest island. I got hit on all sides. Oh dear. Integrity is one of my top values. Sending you support right now, Hannah. Thank you for confirmation on that reading. I used to travel there all the time. It's terrifying. Oh, you got a promotion in January. Thank you for confirming the reading. I need to expand the idea that it doesn't stop here. And that's what I keep on hearing because I feel like I feel like I see you like moving in different circles right now, which is why I keep on hearing like make sure that you've perfected your elevator pitch. I'm on the West Coast. Yeah, sending you support there too, Nikki. Absolutely. Of course, always Maka. Hannah, my dreams and aspirations feel on hold until my son graduates in regards to moving, but maybe. Well, I like to point out, listen, as it relates to manifestation goals, like always patient, never waiting. So not feeling like they're on hold, but saying like, what can I do now that will expedite it when I can start moving with more rapidity towards it? I should reflect on that. Yeah. Excellent. Oh, that's amazing, Nikki. That's really cool. I didn't know that. I'm going to start a new public speaking group to help with confidence. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Yes, it's not being full of yourself. It's true. Goosebumps. If it's true, I've come so far. I need to be proud of that. You should. I keep on seeing others want to know that story. All right, we're going to continue right now. Next person on the list for today is we've got okay. All right, we've got 3 Nikki's on the list right now. We've got Nikki and then Nicole and then we've got Beep. Okay. A flock of Nikki's. A flock of Nikki's. The first person we're reading for is Nikki. Nikki Rise, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, friends, we are at 43.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I will be back in a moment. I feel like this is relevant to your reading, Nikki. It's okay. All right. All right, where are we? Let me do this. It's fine. It's fine. All right, I've got it here. We got our animal spirit guide card. Did I miss any? I did, of course. I'm going to count back from 10. When we reach 1, I'm going to reveal the card. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The blackbird. Thank you guys so much for participating. The swan is not on the floor, Bridget. How dare you? All right, let's continue. All right, where are we? I feel like Nikki, I feel like you need one of those cards in your reading, given the fact that they just like exploded. All right, and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. We are doing life path readings, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings. We are also doing mediumship, love, dream interpretations, and guided messages. My question is in the Discord. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, for instance, you have a dream or past life you'd like more information on, you can include that information in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also supply it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Just bear with me a moment. All right. Also, friends, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right, where were we? Is this outside tea? Thank you. And I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Make sure to give Nikki a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. All right. Not a dream, but I'm just going to put it here because I don't know where else to put it. Help me. Okay. This weekend in Seafair, basically a big family event where we're all stuck on a boat together for hours. Ugh. I talked to my mom recently about the fact that my partner is still in town. He leaves next week and mentioned that he'd probably come for a couple of the days, or maybe all of them since he's still here. For the record, my partner hasn't been pushing to go or acting like he really cares either way, but I want him there. And honestly, it would feel weird to exclude him when he's staying with me and literally flying out soon. But apparently, my uncle said he wouldn't go if he's there. He's only supposed to come Friday, thankfully. I told my mom that's ridiculous. My uncle is way too invested in my love life, and it's honestly disrespectful to both me and my partner. Her response was basically, he just loves you? Like, okay, but it's still his problem. I don't want to feed into it. Also, could my mom be using my uncle as a scapegoat? I think my mom insinuated I talked to my uncle about it directly in the convo, but why should I have to? I really don't know what to do. I'm supposed to be going Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but my partner isn't welcome Friday. It feels wrong to just show up without him. My family would probably be pissed if I bailed, but I also don't want to reinforce this kind of behavior. I don't even know how to phrase the reading I want, but I need some insight on the energy surrounding the weekend. Can I please get, yeah, I got it. What we allow, we condone. What we allow, we condone. What we allow, we condone. And I think that what you really need to do is have a conversation with your mother about the fact that, honestly, considering the fact of the connection between them, that the space that someone is doing something that is completely inappropriate, and the fact that they articulate and say that they're doing that because they care about you is the song of someone condoning another person's actions. And the responsibility is such that when we care about each other, we are respective towards each other's choices. So this is effectively controlling behavior. And there needs to be a conversation about the fact that someone putting conditions upon who you are allowed to arrive with is someone that is trying to control you. And when you tell someone, when you bring that forward, and when they act as emissary, right? They're basically, not only are they doing that, but then they are involving your mother, acting as emissary. That the fact that she would deliver that message means that not only is she condoning it, but she's facilitating it occurring. There is no condition by which you have to navigate that. You have to look at it as, again, you have to observe it you have to call it out for what it is, which is someone that is trying to put conditions on the ability to be in their presence. And again, What is the song of love? The song of love is without any exclusion. The song of love is honoring each other's choices, which honestly means, listen, and you've probably experienced this yourself. You've probably had moments where someone you've known is dating someone that you're just like, boo, like absolutely like, no. Did you say to them at that point, I'm not going to hang out with you anymore unless you stop dating that person? No, because that would be insane. That would be controlling. And the force of love is not one that we try to amplify control to be able to say that we're doing that from a place of love. So I feel like the conversation that you need to have with someone is saying, not only is it completely inappropriate, but you are also being inappropriate in the fact that you felt like it was in any way, shape, or form okay to deliver that message instead of push back against it. And the fact that she brought that decision to your doorstep, the fact that she's saying to you, you have to choose between your partner and your family, that is not a loving act. So I feel like what you can effectively, and I think that is effectively the conversation that you may want to show them. You may want to bring that forth to them. And I keep on seeing a situation where you may have to say, like, you have to look at it from the condition by which, if it was any, and I need to point this out, sometimes things become very clear when we remove the word family from it. So I want you, like, I've almost got a guide here that's saying, imagine a condition where you had a friend. What if I invited you over right now? Like, what if I invited you over to my house and you told me that you were going to bring your partner? And I said, no, you can come, but they can't. Why? Because I care about you. Have they done anything wrong? No. I think that would be very clear where that would position you. And I keep on seeing, like, the thing you have to understand is you have to say, you are driving a wedge between us. You are allowing another person to drive a wedge between the connection that we have. And if you are allowing someone to drive a wedge, then by extension, you are choosing to utilize them to drive the wedge. Because again, and you have to reaffirm and say to someone, what we condone, what we allow, we condone. And the fact that again, the fact that she facilitated and directed and articulated that to you is the energetic space by which she is allowing it to occur. Bottom of the deck. That's not his choice, that was hers. That's not his choice, that was hers. Because again, when something is not okay, we say no to it. We don't say, okay, I will deliver the message. So you have to understand that wasn't his choice, that was their choice. So you have to say to them, you are not giving me, you have to erase the space of saying, that's what they said, being like, no, that's what you chose to tell me, instead of doing something else. So the question you have to say is, I will arrive when you start making better choices. Right? Like, that was not, I feel like, make sure someone is not trying to say, I had no choice. Like, we always have choice. And especially in relationality to being energetically protective of the things that we care about. So again, I feel like it's a re-amplification of saying to another person, what we allow for, we condone. And you're supporting, not only are you supporting, like, not only are they doing something that is unacceptable, but you are promoting the unacceptability of it by proliferating it and becoming a party to it. So it's not their choice. It's not, don't let them say it's his choice. You have to articulate and say, let's be clear. It's both of your choices, because you are delivering that choice. You are, by extension, a part of the choice. And I know that's difficult, but I think that's the important thing to do. Don't let them hide behind the facade that that was not something that they could help. They made that choice to deliver that energetic message instead of doing what another person could do, which is calling a halt when someone is doing something that is unacceptable. Sending you so much support on this, Nikki. It's an awful situation to be in. Absolutely awful. And I feel like your ability of being able to articulate and say that, and being, I keep on hearing, the thing I feel like you need to do is call clarity to it and say, let's be clear. You're effectively putting conditions on me being able to spend time with you, and that is controlling behavior. So I feel like your own ability, like that is where the conversation starts, and you don't have to be oppositional to it. But I feel like the one thing that will help with this is making sure that you're being clear as to what is occurring. So make sure that you're facilitating and bringing that clarity, because I feel like the conversation, make sure that I feel like, make sure, I keep on hearing, and it's interesting, make sure that you don't get in a tug of war with someone that's doing something irrational and saying, well, I'm going to do something irrational too. I feel like you can say, when like, that's the space by which you say, I'm not going to get in an argument with you. I'm going to tell you how unbelievably unacceptable this is. Right? And I keep on hearing, it's not the space by which you get into an argument. It's the space by which you walk away and say, I will return when you make better choices. Because effectively, and I feel like this is what I think that there's something about that, about understanding and saying, well, like, where does one feel that the ability to care is one that you have to be able to be in a space of being energetically controlling? Because I feel like there's a lot of that. And I feel like even here, like, even in the space of you having to protect another, is the space by which you can say, like, this is not something that I condone either. Right? So making sure that, like, you come into the space of saying, I keep on hearing, what we allow for, we condone, and what we don't allow for, we walk away from. So I feel like this is hard because I can see something that is disappointing, but also requires you to kind of set healthy boundaries as it relates to the conditions that another person is placing in relationality to the relationship that they're trying to have with you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on this list, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to tell you right now too, Nikki, because I saw that boar come up. They're going to tell you you're being unreasonable. With the boar coming up, make sure someone doesn't try to paint you as being the unreasonable one when that occurs. Because I keep on hearing, control it, like control to that extent is somebody articulating and trying to say that you're making a big deal because you're not going along with something. We make a big deal when there's something that is not okay because we care about it. You're not, I keep on hearing, you're not the one driving the wedge. They're putting you in a position that makes it seem like you're not going to be participating, right? Trying to make it feel like you are the one that's causing the issue. But remember, like, that's why I said, don't get in an argument with someone. Just say, like, I'm sorry, I'm sad to hear you made that choice, right? I'm sad to hear you made that choice, but I'm not going to be party to it. Thank you so much, and sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. We also got to 50K, so we'll be doing that giveaway. Just bear with me a moment as I read over the comments that came through. And thank you guys for supporting each other across over the chat. I know that's a very intense reading. Oh. And thank you. Yeah, thank you as guys for also supporting. I share your opinion on that, V. Yeah, there's no other way to slice it. It's just, you have to call it out for what it is. It's controlling behavior. What we allow, we condone. Love that. Similar to people treat us, how we allow, yep. Similar to, hold on a moment. I just lost the spot. Similar to how, yep, I know what you were writing. I just need to catch back up on it. I think it's interesting too. Like, honestly, you know what? Like, I got to point this out. Bridget did the reading. The swan's on the floor, right? Like, it's the space by which someone says, I was just delivering. You're not doing anything. You made a choice. Like, the swan is on the floor, which is to say, you could have made a different choice. You chose to do that, you know, on top of it. Yep. And thank you guys. This makes I mean I again I feel like there's a lot of those in the chat right now sharing the anger. Sips water, absolutely. And Pops, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yep, what we allow we condone, similar to people treat us how we allow them to treat us. Yep. Oh, that's wild. And that's what I see it like no like and I need to point this out. She is in a seat to have his ear in a way that nobody else has, which is again the observation of someone being able to understand that that connection is one that they should be protective of you, not feeling like they're facilitating those messages to you. It's also our that's wild. Everything you're bringing to this situation is more and more unbelievable. It's yours, and you brought it together, and they haven't paid back. That's I can't like that. That's just unbelievable. Oh my goodness, sending you so much support, dear. True that, making me choose between my partner, right? Like that is exactly not what we do in any context. Yeah, I gotta go sit down somewhere because I'm gonna. I mean, but for good reason. That's exactly what we mean, you know. And this is what we talk about in terms of being upset, but for adjusted, valid reasons. No, I saw them in the reading too. Remember when I said somebody having like, you know what I said? Like I told you, someone said that they're the governor switch in a relationship, which is the energy that says putting a stop to nonsense. I feel like you keep on seeing what's happening without someone there who would never have condoned something like this occurring, right? That's when I kept that's so interesting when I read for your father, and they said that they were the cutoff energy, which is someone who would often have to intervene and say you're being energetically ridiculous. Oh, and Lay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And exactly, it's enabling. Exactly. It's like some kind of prejudice against someone because they're different. Exactly, valid, Donna. Please do. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I know, do you see all those sword cards? And thank you guys, and sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. That's not easy. Yes, Nikki. Yes, Lisa, the list is open if you'd like to get on the list. All right. I feel like, hold on. I feel like, no, and I feel like that's what I mean. Like that's what you have to say to someone, which is what we communicate, we condone. Right? What we communicate, we condone. I think I need to have yeah, absolutely. I definitely think you need like that. I feel like that's the conversation in terms of just having to make sure. And if you know, saying, make sure you're not getting in an argument with them about it. Make sure it's like you have to say, let's be clear on what's happening, right? I feel like that's the conversation you need to have. Make sure you don't get argue. Make sure that you're not getting in an argument about unreasonable terms and conditions. Now have the conversation and say, let's be clear right now on exactly what is happening. Yes, sending you support, dear. Yeah, I need to go sideways. I need to go see. I feel like that too. Yes, that's so hard. Exactly, and that's why I need to draw that animal spirit guide card because they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it seem like you're being the unreasonable one. And that's why I said, make sure you're not arguing with them. Make sure you say like, this is. Let's be clear on what's happening at this moment. I'm feeling this so heavy. You're so welcome, dear. Sending you so much support. I will make. I love, you know, I like this. And I can tell like a little bit of a British Italian coming out. I will make your family feel so uncomfortable and embarrassed with themselves without even saying much. That's that Mama bear energy. That is what a mama bear does. That is what a mama bear does. Indeed, that is what a mama bear does. Who raised you? All right, my friends, we're going to continue right now. Oh, we're going to do the 50K. We're gonna do the 50K giveaway, and when we do that, and once we do so, we're also going to continue on the list. I am going to think of a number. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that 50K milestone. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 53. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope, 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 nope. Erica, congratulations. You got it. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. All right. Thank you, guys. Erica M. Bridget. All right, let's continue right now. And thank you, guys. When we get to 100K, I'll be doing another giveaway. Congratulations, Erica. Next person. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, how many we got left? I'll probably take 1 or 2 more people before the list will be closed. Oh, yeah, I'll probably take the list is going to be a little bit shorter today. If anyone wants to get on the list right now, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for. I'll probably take maybe 1 more person on the list right now before the list is closed. Oh, my earbuds went out. I had no idea. Oh, wonderful. Adding myself. 1 second. No problem, Grace. All right, let's continue right now. So the next person we're reading for today is, now we're reading for Nicole. That was the reading for Nikki. Now we're reading for Nicole. I got you, dear. Okay, perfect. Highest priority for Minnie on love and life right now. 4 cards, please. Thank you. And 1 more. Thank you. Oh, you got 5 cards. 1 was hiding there. Ooh, interesting. Gosh, the cards today, man. This is like, have you met this person yet? This is some like, I'm going to pin Minnie up here too, guys. Make sure to give her a follow. I keep on hearing around love, fully grown. You know? This is giving me like somebody fully grown. I keep on hearing like somebody fully grown. But like, and I gotta tell you, like these cards, I feel like I keep on getting a sense that you've got some kind of tendency in love that, like, you have a lot of energy that tries to come towards you, you know, in order for you to take care of them, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I just keep on seeing some kind of pathwork around you of, you know, like almost energy like putting themselves down. And this is the problem. I just got to point this out. This is what's so difficult when energy, like we have to be so conscientious when someone is energetically looking for a connection where someone takes care of them. Because often when someone comes into a relationship looking for someone to take care of them, there's often some parental wounds that need to be addressed. And the same energy that says, oh, you take care of me so well, will immediately on a dime start projecting like whatever those wounds are from childhood, like into the energetic connection. Like the same energy that says take care of me will also say you're not the boss of me, or you're not, you're not like you want too much. Failing to recognize that a healthy relationship is not based upon the context of energetic safety, right? And often when we articulate to one another that we're not feeling safe, it can be indicative of the fact that we're not being brave. A relationship should not be contextualized on how safe we feel, but how brave we are. And I feel like that is the difference that I'm seeing as it relates to some energetic change or shift that's happening for you right now around your love life, which is the difference between someone being like, um, like not looking for someone that says, I'm in awe of you, but somebody that says, I want to protect you. That must be difficult for you, right? The space by which we understand that in order to have a relationship of of equals, then we have to be looking out for each other with the same exact level or degree of care, you know? Because I see this, like it feels to me like there's a little bit of this energy. And I feel like, again, I see like a big, I feel like it's very hard because I see that you are like, your love is one that you're a natural caretaker, you know? You want to make someone feel energetically comfortable. You want to, like, I keep on hearing, like your love is like a home. You want to create that space where you want to meet another person's needs. But I keep on hearing meeting another person's needs does not mean that you have to sacrifice your own. And so I just keep on seeing, like, I feel like this is you healing from some relationships where someone wasn't articulating some kind of feeling of forced helplessness, which is often the space where you can't like, and what is forced helplessness? Forced helplessness are those experiences where you try to talk to someone about something you're experiencing and they start singing you the song of their past, which says it's awful, terrible, it's really upsetting that you're not being sympathetic for what I went through, right? Like that's like somebody like trying to pull like a little bit of a distraction point where you're trying to talk like when like never like that's how we can kind of see forced helplessness. When we try to talk to someone and say like, look, I think we need to work on something, and someone says, let me tell you what happened when I was 4. You know what I mean? Like it's like that's not relevant. Like what the source of why something is the way it is does not resolve what one does in the present. But when someone's working in the context of forced helplessness, you'll try to say, let's work on this. And they'll say, you should feel bad for me. How can you be so heartless, not being feeling more bad for what I went through, right? And you can't have a conversation like that. It's a wormhole, right? Because like it's like you can't say, hey, you're hurting me, and someone's like, Sicily 1920, being like, what are you talking about? Like, we're not talking about why you're doing it. I'm not saying why are you hurting me. I'm saying what can we do about it? So make sure, and I feel like this is important because I see a lot of different energy around you. And I keep on hearing like the divine counterpart that reaffirms, and I keep on hearing the divine counterpart saying, I'm fully grown. And what is fully grown? And the reason I keep on hearing I'm fully grown is because they're saying when we're fully grown, we don't groan about what we experienced. When we're fully grown, we stop groaning about what we experience, and we get down to the business of doing something better, right? We don't groan about why we are the way we are, or why we feel like we are energetically denied something. We just get to the business of making it better, right? And I feel like there's something really important about that, because I got like 2 different energies around you. I got one energy saying, remember you will remember me because I am fully grown, which is the energy that says, I am not the product of my environment. I am the defiance of it. Is what I keep on hearing. Woo. They just said, I am not the product of my environment. You will know me because I am the defiance of it. I show that I am not I am not I am not just the natural state of the result of something difficult I went through. I am the defiance point to it. Versus I see someone that's like continuing trying and I keep on hearing energy that is not able to let go of the past will always say that you can never hold a candle to the energy that hurt them. Energy that cannot let go of the past will always say to you that you will never hold a candle to the energy that hurt them, which is to say someone that does not realize that they're projecting their past into the present because they're constantly comparing what they went through to where they are. And I feel like this is really difficult because it does feel like it's really bittersweet. And I feel like there's something about this that I feel like it's awful because I see some kind of situation where you've given someone opportunity after opportunity to heal something. But the thing is, I like to point this out, energy that energy that moves towards us with intention typically does not ask for second chances, because the intention by which we have to say, if you cared about me, you give me another chance, is the space by which we say, if I cared about you, I would have honored you the whole time. So just be very mindful of that, especially if you're starting to build something with someone and there's somebody from your past that continually returns and tries to and I like to point this out, if you are trying to fix something and only as they see you moving on do they appear again, remember there's a big difference between someone saying I want that with you versus energy that's worried that they're going to lose access to you because they see you moving towards someone that cares for you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I know it's painful, I see some kind of situation here, but I have to say the observation and recognition of what you're healing from, I feel like you've already started doing this work. I feel like this is I think that there's been some work that you've been doing in relationality. I keep on hearing, when we, I like to point this out as it relates to giving someone a second chance, never feel bad giving someone a second chance, right? Because it's I keep on hearing your guides say, we always want to create a space where someone can try to improve upon something, right? But that's why I keep on saying, giving someone the benefit of the doubt and understanding that there's some kind of space by which they learned and grew, there's always, that is the nature of love, right? And this is often why I keep on hearing, remember, there's a big difference between a second and a third chance, right? Because the second chance is what one should hear in the voice of a second chance is, I will spend the rest of my life making that up to you. And that's why you should never, the second chance is one that allows a little bit of that context. But that's why if someone is continually going through the same process over and over and over again, it doesn't feel like the space by which someone is trying to fix something versus someone that appreciates or feels the sense of saying, you know me so well because you put up with all, why do you put up with this, right? And when someone has to say, why do you put up with this? The thing we should say is, why do you keep doing it? Right? It shouldn't be the space of someone saying, if you cared about me, you take me as I am. It's the space that says, if you cared about me, you wouldn't make me have to go through it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Minnie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. if you would like to get on the list for today. The list is going to be closed, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You will also have an additional card in your reading if you get on the list today. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we're at 53.4K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. All right. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. Oh, it was 35, dear. There's only room for one of us here. We must have a duel. I love it, Nikki. Kidding, of course. Oh my God, I heard Minnie and I was like, what? Help that, pay attention. Yes. Thank you. You're so welcome, Nikki, and sending you so much support on that journey. It's not okay. Hi there, Maka. Wow, I can resonate with this. I have a Venus in Cancer. Yeah, listen. That's the thing. Venus in Cancer. How is it like? How is it being able to romanticize anything? You know, like how's that working? Reciprocal care and nurture energy. Yep. Love is like a home. Minnie, do you have a Venus in Cancer too? Yes. Yes, I feel like, yep. And that's the thing. Listen, Venus in Cancer energy, like that's the hard part. Like being able to romanticize anything, it's not romantic. You have to think about like it's not about what's romantic. It's about why another person, like it's about not over romanticizing something that's energetically tragic. Right? Like that's the thing. Like that's the thing with Venus and Cancer energy. Golden Girls, mic drop. Get to the business of making it better. Tap to claim. Yes, that was real. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me. I feel like I like. Here's the thing, though. I saw that Emperor energy around you, which is to say, like you're. Like I keep on seeing, it's like remember, it's not your responsibility to help someone become a better person. They should just be one. Is what I keep on seeing. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear, and thank you again. Thank you as well, Erica. Pops, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right, let's continue right now. Next person on the list for today is Beep. Beep, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire dragon. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do this after we'll do that again after the next reading. All right, let's get to it. And I believe you said that the question is on the Discord. It was a very powerful reading. Thank you guys for connecting to it. Thank you as well, Sunshine. Sunshine, are you on the hold list? Yeah, I can breathe life into any relationship as a Venus Cancer, but that's the thing about like Venus and Cancer, romanticizing anything, but not romanticizing tragedy. All right, Beep, I got you, dear. And again, I'm going to pin up Beep here. Make sure to give Beep a follow. All right. Okay, I got you. Outside tea. Not a dream either, but I don't know what else to say this, where else to say this. Recently, I've been feeling something coming in, and it felt like a good feeling, maybe communication and a wish fulfillment. But after this weekend, I've crumbled into a mess, a ball of anxiety, but nothing in my environment is stressing me out. It feels like a pull or something coming in hot. I don't know why my head keeps saying communication. I've been crying, which is not very common for me, or just energetically exhausted from this pulling. I don't know if it's this connection I've mentioned before or something else. Thank you. Always appreciate your insight. You're welcome, dear. Can I please get a moment? Repeat 1 second. Where'd your question go? Whoop, where'd it go? All right. question go? Yes, and I'm going to draw. Okay, can I please have 3 cards? Thank you, and one more. Ooh, 5 cards. Mm, okay, let's talk about it. um, I think what you're feeling right now is the full breadth of this retrograde period, is what I'm seeing. Um, and the thing about it, and I keep on trying to bring this up, why this retrograde is like really, it's like rough stuff, is um, the fact that we've got Neptune and Saturn both retrograding in such close proximity in Aries is it's working through the energetic frustration as it relates to what our intention is versus what we found, right? It's very much like, one moment. This type of energy can do a real number on our sense of isolation or our sense of loneliness or the sense of feeling, um I like to say, like, the best way to describe it is working through what we know in our heart we energetically deserve versus what it is that we found. And I'm seeing here, like, and I want to point this out, like, this is like there, and I'm keep on seeing that there's something about the past here. It's okay. I'm gonna pause beep. Let me know when you're no longer frozen. But I also think there's something really important about the reading itself in the fact that you said it froze, right? I'm just gonna pause for a minute. Hi there, dear. Are you back yet? Just let me know. Okay, good, perfect. So I'm gonna repeat what I was saying. So the thing with this, the thing with this, um, it's not, I know the Mercury retrograde is not helping right now, but I also feel like there's something relevant to the reading and the fact that you said that it froze. Because I keep on hearing I froze, which is, and I need to stress this, and I feel like there's something coming through related to a guide. Um, there are moments when we wish that we could be more vulnerable. And we often move away from relationships and situations and blame ourselves for a lack of vulnerability instead instead of asking the really important significant question, which is understanding that vulnerability is not something that we deliver to each other. Like, we can't force vulnerability. Vulnerability is not vulnerability is not something that we can generate, right? You can't force vulnerability, but often when we're in an unhealthy relationship, it will feel like the relationship fell apart and someone will say you weren't being vulnerable enough. That's a big, I'm going to tell you right now, that is a giant red flag. If someone says, well, the reason that we weren't able, like the reason that we weren't able to come together was because you weren't vulnerable enough. Instead of asking the important question, which is, did someone work to show you that they were reliable? Did someone work to show you that that they could be energetically trusted? Because I see some kind of situation here in relationality to something that you had to move away from. And I almost see the fact that I feel like I keep on hearing, like, I feel like I got a guide here saying that you're carrying some kind of guilt on something and you're trying to blame yourself for being vulnerable instead of asking the right question, which is, did someone do the work that is necessary to build and to create consistent trust for you? Because I feel like a lot of this, like the reason I keep on seeing that, like some of this retrograde energy, and I keep on seeing even in the space of you, like you said, like it's a very emotional time, but you're working through the why. Like I almost see some kind of experience in the past that like working through the space of your fear or working through the space of having to do something. um and I like to point this out, like sometimes when we're honoring our journey we cry because like it's the space by which we identify that the circumstances weren't ideal, but we did it anyway. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't heavy. And so I feel like I see some kind of that shift that's happening for you right now, because I feel like this particular retrograde, especially with this 7 of Pentacles, it almost feels like a moment of rest for you and contemplation in relationality to not only how far you've come, but how much you've energetically endured. And often, like I feel like I would take some of that energy right now if it's going to help. Like I want to kind of amplify this. If you're feeling if you're feeling a little bit lost, or you're feeling a little bit like you're in a rut right now during this energy, because it's really intense, because there's so many planets right now in retrograde. I want you to be focusing right now, like taking a page from that Capricorn moon. I want you, like, or that new moon in Leo. I want you to be setting those energetic intentions. I want you to be writing down what your manifestation goals are. I want you to be writing down not just your manifestation goals, but also I want you to be charting your progress. Of course, I want, if you're feeling a little lost, or you're feeling a little bit in a rut right now with this retrograde energy, I don't want you focusing on the why. I want you focusing on the what, which is to say, I want you writing down your manifestation goals. I want you to write down what you're hoping to do. I want you to write down what you're hoping to accomplish. And I also want you writing down and charting your progress. I want you focusing on how far you've come, right? Because I keep on seeing that there's some kind of, like, you're going through a bit of a breakthrough, right? And there's something here, especially with the combination of cards that I'm seeing, that says, like, I keep on hearing, the word I keep on getting is, we have to approach our manifestations relentlessly, right? And that's what can be so frustrating, because when we're being energetically relentless with our manifestation goals, it can create that feeling of frustration as it relates to how hard we have to work towards something. But I keep on seeing that there's something, I actually feel like I see some kind of path work. I feel like I've been seeing you doing something in a different way over the last 7 months or so, right? I feel like I see you, like, utilizing a deeper level or degree of discernment. I keep on seeing, I feel like I see you healing and remembering that rejection is protection, right? But I feel like it hasn't been easy, because I see that you've had to, like, walk away from a lot of things. And I keep on seeing that, like, this is why we talk about the fact that a heart opening will sometimes feel like it's breaking our heart in the process, because it's the observation of understanding, a healthy manifestation isn't just choosing something because it's there, but being much more, I keep on hearing like being much more focused on the quality, not the quantity of what is it energetically available to us. So I keep on seeing, I want you to continue to be patient right now, especially through this retrograde, because I'm seeing that there's something on the other side of this that I'm getting from your guide that's saying it's going to make a lot of it make sense. I've got heavy 7 energy on this. So often when we're going through that moment, right? I almost see a moment that you're going through right now going, why is this happening? This is not what I expected. But I keep on seeing that there's something about you being energetically fortified through this. That's like, and I keep on hearing like that. Remember when I said you said you felt that pull? That pull is your manifestation goal that you're moving towards. But I keep on seeing that you know that as you continue forward right now, you're closing some of those unhealthy cycles from the past. And that's what I said, like if there's a lot of emotions that are coming up, I almost feel like those emotions that you're feeling is the recognition of the arrival of the manifestation goal that's on the other side of this. But I keep on seeing that it's requiring the understanding of what you had to walk away from in the process, right? Because that's like I keep on seeing like a major theme that I'm identifying in this space is when we look towards someone and we say, why aren't they acting right? Usually the answer is because that's not our person. But I feel like that's a lot of that pain that I see that you're energetically releasing, because I can almost see like it was the hope that someone would come into that space of correction. But I keep on seeing like if you continue forward right now, a lot of things are going to make sense because it's the observation of like not building into a relate. I don't know what this is. It feels like someone who kept like it feels like a Jenga moment. It feels like, and I keep on hearing this is why you also have to heal from this, because whatever this is in your past, I almost see this, there's something here that you're blaming yourself because it fell apart, but they're saying, did it fall apart or was it Jenga? Are you blaming yourself for it falling apart because there's nothing you could do? Or was someone continually giving you less and less and less and blaming you for falling apart in the process? Bottom of the deck on this reading, the energy that picks you apart will never put you back together, but they'll blame you for it, right? The energy will be like, I don't know why you're like this, while they're doing everything to articulate why, right? Right? The energy that picks you apart will not put you back together. The energy that sees how little they can give will never come into that moment of saying, I wonder how much I can get, like I can offer. And I feel like this is a situation, like I see something you're blaming yourself for and saying, that was someone trying to remove your standards. Healthy energy does not require us to remove our standards to move closer towards it. Healthy energy raises the bar. They don't lower it. And I feel like a little bit of that tug and a little bit of that emotional release is you identifying. I said, it's almost like the signpost of you saying, like, I can almost feel like you can tell that that new energetic relationship's coming right now. And this is you grieving the past one because you understand that that change is not conditional. It's just the circumstance that you found someone in. And you know what I'm going to say right now. When this new energy comes in, I want you to count the days. Count the days you've given someone to fix something. Because if you start building with someone else and this energy comes back, that is not them having some kind of profound moment where they've suddenly decided what they want. That's someone seeing you moving on and trying to get you to stop. So make sure that you don't have someone trying to come back just as you start to move forward. Because I'm telling you right now, there's something about this energetic connection. I keep on hearing your guides say, count the days that you gave someone the opportunity to fix something. Don't let them ruin something when you start to create with another person. Because I keep on hearing that feeling you have right now is that manifestation coming in on the other side of this retrograde. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. But if you'd like to book a private reading, if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. pregnancy, and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Didn't know how to, no, you have nothing to apologize for, Beep. I say the shape and color, but I thought of a goldfish. Interesting. No, it's okay. And I hope, and again, if you missed any part of that, Beep, it'll also be up on the place where we keep the videos if you'd like to catch the full reading. I know you're having some connectivity issues. This breakthrough is going to, I know, I can see it. It's bittersweet, but it's not going to break you. It's not going to, you know what? It's not breaking you. If you are, I keep on hearing, if you are articulating through it and not reacting to it, it's not breaking you. Oh, 7 months single. Thank you for confirming. I lost them and I've been blaming myself about how I went about it. But my manifestation is reunion, but in the healthiest way. I won't accept less. I want you focusing on those manifestation goals right now. And listen, I don't want you attaching a person to them. I want you writing divine counterpart, not the person. I want you to write down divine counterpart, okay? Because the thing you want to avoid right now is allowing the space by which I keep on seeing, like allowing the opportunity of identifying the force of change by which another person comes towards you, desiring to do that work versus someone else coming towards you that I keep on hearing, like that wants to raise the standards, not lower them. That's your card. Thank you for further confirmation on that reading. They will always, potentially, yes, he raised the bar, but when things ended, he just switched, sending you so much support, Beep. I didn't recognize him, but his life fell apart too, sending you so much support on that journey. And that's why I keep on seeing right now, I want you focusing on the manifestation goal, not on the changing of the nature of the relationship between you and that person, right? I feel like that's almost like you being able to do the work to free yourself, to allow them to release that, to allow them to do the work, but being able to build into the observation of what it is that you're trying to find for yourself at this moment. You're so welcome, dear. Yes. Jenga came up in my morning meditation, confirmation as a collective. Thank you for confirming that as well. And sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right, let's continue right now. We are also at 54.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Thank you, Hamisha, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Next person on the list for today is Erica. Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Erica's question, let's do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fox. All right, let's continue right now. Second call for Erica. I got you. Second call for Erica. I've had so many exes trying to come back when I've moved on. It's a lot of that. It's I got to point this out. Count the days you give someone to heal it, right? It's awful interesting when you're finally moving on and then someone comes back just around that time. All right. Next person on the list. If Erica is not here, we're going to continue to Grace. Grace, if you're here, dear, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And the list today is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have an additional card in your reading. It's a great time to get on the list for tomorrow. Second call right now for Erica or Grace. And hi, it's in the live readings general section. Thank you for confirming, dear. And there we go. Is this inside T or outside T? And I'm going to pin up Grace here. Guys, make sure to give Grace a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Perfect. What's the emotional block that's keeping me from fully embracing this next chapter, both in how I show up in love and how I step into my purpose? Woo, big question. Thank you. Okay. I'm getting here that the emotional block is, I keep on hearing, I am exactly where I need to be. And then I just hear a voice shouting, no, I'm not. Why do I keep on hearing, I am exactly where I need to be? How do you feel when I say that to you right now? What's that? No, I'm not. What's that? No, I'm not. What is that? I feel like there's a little bit of this work that I'm like it's giving me a lot of this like what if this is what if this is your perfect? And if you're saying to me it's not, then I feel like it's the higher self saying, well, then what's stopping you from making it so? And I keep on saying, like, beyond, you know, like beyond the fact that you're in the process. And I think that this is important too, in relationality to, and I feel like I feel like this is important, right? And I feel like it's interesting too because it has to do with some kind of opportunity that that was brought towards you, that you were like I almost see you shaking your head and being like, absolutely not, because it's trying to show you how far you've come. They're saying to me the past version of you would have jumped at that opportunity. They're saying the past version of you would have jumped at the opportunity. And the reason that it was energetically offered to you was to show you how far you've come. Because I keep on hearing the new you doesn't want the same things as the old you. And I feel like there's something important in relationality to that because I keep on seeing that it's honoring your priorities and not feeling like you need to have conditions attached to them in order to go after them. You're looking for conditions right now to validate something that you desire to do, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing your manifestations don't require excuses, they require reasons. And I feel like there's something important about that that's happening right now because I almost see a situation that you're trying to calibrate something to give an opportunity to present rather than just talking towards your intention in relationality to what you want around something. You don't want to talk about it. But everything is made clear by a fortifying conversation. And I keep on seeing there's a difference between moving towards a manifestation and saying it just seemed like the most convenient option versus saying this is something that I want. And I almost feel like there's something important about that. And it's interesting too because I feel like there's something happening right now in relationality to the crossover between personal and professional, which is what I keep on hearing. A healthy manifestation does not require orchestration, right? It doesn't require the orchestration in saying, "Oh, like look what like look how Like, look how, oh, look what happened, as opposed to being able to move towards it from a point of celebration. I feel like you need to have those conversations right now. Yeah, the crane. I want you to want me is what I keep on hearing. I'm hearing the song, I want you to want me, which is like the space by which we identify and recognize that the clarity, right? The clarity that we build in relationality to what we identify as ideal is one that feels like it's energetically mutually shared, right? And I feel like you being able, I keep on hearing, like saying it from your chest, right? The ability to talk towards, I can keep on hearing, the ability to talk towards what you want with confidence. Um, I feel like that is like, and I think that it's like, I keep on seeing, you know, like I almost feel like it's the space by which you like almost like amplify and articulate and say like, I feel like it's almost like the space by which you say, I'm doing this regardless, you know, is what I keep on seeing. It's the identification point of not feeling, I keep on hearing, not feeling that you need to attach a reason to an aspiration. But I almost see you saying like this is the determinate path work that I want. And this is what I'm focusing on. Because I almost feel like there's something really important that's occurring right now in relationality to you refining your manifestation goals. And a bit of that refinement I keep on seeing is like I keep on hearing there's something to be said. There's nothing wrong with the desire to want to be celebrated, is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing both personally and professionally, right? Which is saying to me, like, not feeling the need to constantly have to prove your energetic value, but almost like coming into the space of another person that is able to articulate how much one like how excited they are to have the I keep hearing how excited they are to have the opportunity to either work with you or be with you is what I keep on seeing, right? And so I feel like there's a lot of that there. And I think that it also starts with you putting that love back into yourself, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I feel like I see a lot of this path work in the past where someone was trying to articulate and amplify that you are the problem. And I keep on hearing like it's funny too because it's funny because they're giving me rare bird energy, which is to say like when you're a rare bird, right? Either energy says you're weird or someone says you are priceless, you know? Like the space by which another person saying, "Why do you have to be so weird?" is the space by which another person says, "I've never met anyone like you. It is an absolute honor." Right? And I feel like that's what I'm seeing with this crane energy, which is understanding that, it's the observation of moving yourself and unfortunately, listen, that's the hardest thing when you're energetically rare, right? You got to let your feet do the talking, right? Because the energy, it's the difference between someone that appreciates it versus someone that feels insecure by it. You are not everyone's cup of tea. You are not meant to fit in. But there's a lot of energy around you that wants to make you feel like that's something that you need to fix within yourself. And I feel like the ability of you finding a place where that's energetically appreciated is going to energetically change everything. But I think it starts with you coming into a space of loving yourself within that context. And I feel like you're already doing that work. But I got to tell you, I just drew for you, and I've got double 8 of cups here, right? And when I see double 8 of cups, it says to me the anxiety of something being conditional is the fear of something going away because you're going to blow it, right? Like it's the anxiety of feeling like you're walking an energetic tightrope, or the feeling that if you do something wrong, you're going to lose what's for you. I want you to like write this down somewhere. You can never lose what's for you. What's for you, you cannot lose what's for you, particularly by being you, right? So I feel like this is almost a space that requires you to continue to embrace, embrace your authenticity. And remember, like that authenticity, so long as as long as you're doing the work within it, as long as you're working towards improvement, rejection is redirection. If your authenticity moves someone further away from you, that's not the energetic connection that's for you. So I feel like the thing that you have to continue to do right now, and I know it's difficult, is you have to continue to work to embrace yourself. And the observation of you embracing yourself is being able to be your full self, and let that flourishing help you identify and recognize the energy that, again, sees the rare bird that is you and says you are magnificent, versus the energy that sees you and like makes you feel awkward in that embrace. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the Sun card, right? It's a lot of, I feel like there's I feel like there's a lot of this trauma that I see that you're healing from the past in relationality to experiences where others just, I need to point this out. When we are, when another person there's no situation where someone insecure can be in healthy partnership with another person embracing their authenticity. It's too triggering, right? Like the space by which it's the space by which someone says, stop doing that, and being like, what? And they're like, stop being so you. And often when someone is in the vibration of saying, stop being so you, it's because they don't give themselves permission to be them. So don't let that affect you. Observe, don't absorb, right? The identification point that unless you're doing something that hurts another person, unless you're like intentionally hurting another person, right, with your actions, your ability to be yourself shouldn't hurt anybody, but it will. Your authenticity will hurt someone that is energetically insecure because it will trigger them. And that is why I feel like you kind of holding your energy sacredly and allowing that to fortify you is what is the type of the emotionality or the emotional block that you need to release that is going to help you continue forward in this way. It's not asking you to control yourself. It's allowing yourself to be your fullest version of you and seeing what that brings forth. Allowing it to just be something that you observe, but don't over internalize. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Grace. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but we are going to get started on one-card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and you can also have a card pulled. Also, if you're a subscriber, make sure that you're recharging your heart knees right now. Anyone who has a heart knee will also receive an animal spirit guide card on top of their one card. Hold on a minute. Get it, Grace? Yes. Which voice is that? I'm numb a bit today. Well, and that, I'm telling you, like this retrograde energy can really like make that feeling of numb come through too, right? I feel stuck. Sending you support, user 8. I'm not excited about my move. I feel like I didn't succeed in my goals. I'm driving the car but lost. Sending you support, dear. But this is what I mean in terms of like writing down what those manifestation goals are right now, like being able to identify what is energetically missing, especially if that was something that I see that you were like focusing on. Thank you for subscribing, H, a bit. Oh, thank you as well, Vic, for receiving this message. Grace, I feel like the past version of me jumped at the opportunity. That talker, like that not talker feels old. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't feel guilty if pushing people because they just want S. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Vic. Okay, that's exactly it. Thank you for confirmation, Grace. 100%, Vic. I don't feel like celebrating, sadly. Well, that's okay too. Like, here's the thing, it doesn't allow for the space. I mean, like, it allows for the space of honoring how you feel right now. You should be proud of how far you've come. Absolutely. And I want you right now, again, if you're feeling like that, I want you to be writing down. I told you, write down and chart your progress right now. Appreciate how far you've come. If you're not feeling excited as to where you are, I want you to be fortified by how far you've come. And I want you to build those plans in terms of where it is that you're planning to go. Moving is going to be so hard for me. I started packing early to process. Well, there, like that, it's a lot, right? A lot of that, there's a lot to do. I am. I just wish I was happy about it. I processed so much in 24 hours. Sending you support, dear. Everyone else except me is happy. Sending you so much support, dear. 100%. They did. The X completely. Yaz, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I must say that crane sure does resemble a swan. I like that, Bridget. Isn't the in the move divinely guided that injustice can't get there yet? It's okay. I'm trying to understand what you mean by that phrase. And thank you for helping me reach my crown goal, H. I just can't get there. Well, and I think that that's the important thing, identifying what there is, right? Afraid to lose the relationship I'm in. Again, I want you to write down again. I want you to write that down. You're not going to lose something that's for you. FF, thank you for the follow. Hold on a minute. I hopped in sin, speaking straight facts. Whoever this reading is for, much love and best of luck. Thank you, Cool Beans. All right, and Grace, I hope that reading helped and sending you so much support on that journey. I feel like it's important to honor how you feel, but I feel like, again, allow the manifestation goals and the charting of your progress right now to guide you in relationality to helping you define what you feel like is energetically missing and sending you so much support on that journey. Erica, one card highest, please. Get out of your comfort zone right now. What are you waiting for? I feel like this is a little bit of that rut energy, and I feel like this is like embrace that if you're feeling in a rut, do something different, switch up the routine is what I keep on getting. Yeah, eight of cups, right? It's saying to me, you don't have to stop doing something, but think about doing something differently. Animal spirit guide, water dragon, right? This is, I feel like a lot of this feeling we're having right now is this Aquarius full moon that's coming up. It's like, it's a lot of that, like, it's like a lot of that, like, what do I like? It's working through. I keep on hearing frustration. What did I say before? Frustration plus hope is creativity. Queen of Swords, one card on the person I reached out to. I got you, dear. Opportunity. Look, never hurts to ask, right? Listen, double aces. Listen, a no now is a not yet later. Don't confuse a no with a not yet, right? Just because, like, sometimes it's good to like put that possibility towards someone so they know and they're able to understand and recognize your interest towards something. Yeah, the frog energy, right? Like, again, don't things can be happening under the surface. Like, be adaptable even if it's not the energetic response that you were expecting. Cool beans. One card, please. Highest priority in education and career. I like that. It's interesting. Don't overwhelm yourself right now. I keep on seeing take like I keep on seeing don't try to do everything at once. Recognize a timeline is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the 4 of Cups and its reversal, you know, everything is possible over the span of prioritization and time. So make sure that you're able to like almost focus. I keep on hearing focus on how you would like to be energetically identified. Like if you walk into a room, how is someone introducing you? Let that guide you in terms of your choices right now. Animal spirit guide for cool beans. Yeah, otter. What should I call you? What should I call you? Right? Like do a little bit of that meditation in relationality to like how you desire to be recognized or seen or known. Sonia, one card, highest priority. Oop, bottom of the deck. Be consistent in your choices, right? Don't get too much. Don't get caught up in changing your mind too much, right? Focus. Like don't like just focus on the choices that you're making and then working on perfecting those choices. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right. Like I don't second guess yourself, right? Like second guessing yourself will get you will just get you dizzy. Don't be second guessing yourself. Thank you so much, dear. Lisa, I got you, dear. One card on newfound info and how to navigate. Ooh, a hidden truth. Um, is it saying to me someone's afraid to talk about something? Is what I'm seeing here. Don't jump to conclusions. We're going through a retrograde period. Don't make assumptions, ask questions. Yeah, bottom of the deck. Don't make assumptions, ask questions, right? We want to be conscientious when we got this many planets in retrograde. Don't assume intention. Giving someone the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, again, the hair, right? Giving someone the opportunity to explain by articulating what your perspective is without putting intention towards it. Observe, not absorb. H, thank you for subscribing. All right. And Alexandra, good to see you, dear. One card, please. Got two. Oh, come on. One card. All these cards sticking. One card, general, please. I feel like you're getting like downloads on a deeper karmic implication to an unhealthy connection. That's usually a sign that you're headed in the right direction. You know, like if it feels like things are getting clearer, that's usually a sign that like I feel like it's almost like the space where like the guides are like, here's some more information to let you know like why that was the right decision. But it's still sometimes it can be even more devastating. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that type of energy. You can't control another person's choices. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I see you like navigate. I keep on hearing if you're disappointed instead of devastated about something, congratulations, because it says to me like you're finding the energetic strength to be able to articulate your frustration about something, but not allowing yourself to crumble underneath it is what I keep on seeing. You know, there's a lot of that. Like I feel like this is you kind of like really stepping into your power to a certain extent. Hold on a minute, H. Is there anything I should be careful about or you feel I should hear or think about? Hold on. This card just positioned itself very interestingly. We've got a bunch of cards here. Hold on. I feel like I'm seeing some kind of circumstance or situation here in relationality to just lead with like, be intentional. I feel like I see some kind of, I need to keep, I want to stress worry, like worry is the energetic force of compassion, right? When we worry about things, it's because we care about them. So make sure that you're controlling, like make sure that that worry is something that you're navigating within so that, and I like to point out when we care about each other, we work to like navigate our worry by giving each other the confidence that we need, right? So make sure that you are not make sure you're not projecting your worry onto those that you care about. Make sure that you're doing that internal work so that your love feels like love. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, right? Like that is the heart of strength, like identifying and recognizing, um, putting our hope and our sense of confidence towards the things we care about allows us to fortify each other in the process. Bottom of, thank you so much, H, and thank you for becoming a subscriber. You're so welcome, Grace. One card for Ava. Message from divine counterpart, please. I see somebody that's continually on their healing journey. I feel like this is someone who's they're putting more work into themselves than they ever have before. Bottom of the deck, and they're seeing results is what I keep on seeing. I see like the energy, like going back and forth to every day being like, I'm going on the right path. I don't know what I'm doing. Right. But that's what I keep on seeing. They're breaking some kind of energetic cycle by making different choices. Animal spirit guide, please. And thank you so much, Ava, for having that reading with me. Nap time. Have a good one, Grace. Gabrielle, these are one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to subscribe. The one card, please, for friend Lottie. Guidance from spirit about grief. It doesn't go away, but it changes. It doesn't go away, but it changes. And those we care about are always with us. They never leave. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Fool card. We are that, it's the force of intention that we bring forward towards things. And I keep on seeing that, like doing that work, it's having, it's the ability to find hope that allows us to continue our energetic connection, even in the space of navigating circumstances that I keep on seeing that build that sense of frustration within us, right? Like hope is rampant. Thank you so much, V. You're so welcome, Queen. Yes, thank you for subscribing, dear. I got you, Bridget. One card, highest priority, please. King of Swords. I don't know. I feel like you're in connection with, like, I keep on seeing a situation like, I feel like I hear like some kind of counterpart being like, I am weak. But like, here's the thing, never have they been stronger when in the moment that they recognize their own weakness, because it's the observation of them catching themselves wanting to do something that's allowing them to do something better. Yeah, and this is here, I keep on hearing like it's a little bit of this like stir crazy energy. I see someone being like, I gotta get out of here. You know what I mean? Like I see somebody like looking for distractions or something to occupy them. So I keep on hearing like continue to follow your bliss right now. Because I see even now, like for you, I feel like it's difficult. I see you all nice and cozy, not wanting to leave your comfort zone. Yep. Water dragon. If we want to see different things, we have to go different places. So make sure that like make sure that you're allowing that allowing that experience. Like sometimes it's okay to say I'm opening myself up to new experiences, because often opening myself up to new experiences allow new energetic connections. You're so welcome, Sonia. It's okay, Gabrielle. We do the free one. We do the free reading each day for those that can't afford to subscribe. I know it's hard to do. Absolutely, Lisa. You're so welcome, H. Hi there, Esteban. Good to see you. And Esteban, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. One card for Chrissy regarding connection. I see somebody trying to take a different approach to things or trying to give themselves a different outlook. Bottom of the deck. I feel like I see somebody thinking about talking to someone about it, is what I keep on seeing. Like I see someone that has a hard time communicating on their feelings. A lot. Animal spirit, yeah, run. Like, I see somebody being like, my feelings are my business. But that's the problem. Like when feelings are our business, we never let anybody know how we feel. That can sometimes create for a moment of isolation, is what I keep on getting. I love that about being disappointed instead of devastated. Thank you, Cool Beans. Good to see you, Esteban. Thank you as well. I'm doing well. How are you? One card, highest priority for Nikki, please. Sometimes you got a right to be, like, it's not about whether or not to be angry. It's whether a standard has been crossed. This is exactly what we were talking about in the divine energy update, right? Some anger is sacred if someone's crossed a line that we identify as a standard. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. It's not about being nice. It's not kind. It's not being nice isn't kind. It's recognizing and identifying that. I keep on hearing again, the force of love is honoring each other's choices, not forcing choices. Animal spirit guide, yeah, water dragon, right? Not allowing yourself to be emotional, but allowing the space by which you can articulate and say, this is what it seems like you're doing, right? The observation of working through, like seeing through the emotions to what is actually occurring. You're so welcome, H. Highest self reading for Esteban, please. It says to me they're proud of you. Continue making those choices. Bottom of the deck, if they're hard, be patient, right? Be patient and consistent in your choices. Consistency goes a long way. Something could be happening under the surface that you might not recognize. Animal spirit guide, please, for Esteban. Yeah, the stag, right? I keep on hearing, remember, you're doing the things that lead you to that higher self, right? So as long as you're continuing to do that, like, think about, like, the work you're doing is like making it easier for your higher self, right? It's like it's like the act of energetic preparation. You're welcome, dear. Busy new job a lot. Oh, sending you so much support. But again, I keep on saying consistency is key, right? It's like, it's just being able to deliver consistently. One card for Minnie on energy for August. I feel like this is a beautiful month for you coming up. It feels like there's a lot of healing there. There's a lot of focus on healing and taking care of the self. Animal spirit guide. Access to you is a privilege, not a right. Like, you're allowed to decide who it's healthy to be with versus energy that wants to, like, I keep on hearing energy that cares, like, energy that appreciates you is going to be appreciative of what they have with you. They're not going to be demanding more, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, fire dragon, right? When we are appreciative, we don't compare. I keep wondering, appreciation is not comparison. It's the ability of articulating upon passion, is what I keep on seeing. All right, friends. Yeah, oh, Yaz, I didn't see your question come through. Wait, I didn't see it either. Okay, thank you. You might need to rephrase it. You're welcome, Bridget. I don't think, okay, thank you so much, Esteban. Hi, Julia. A card for from higher self, please, for Julia. Follow your bliss right now. That's how you find them. Follow your bliss. Yep. And that doesn't mean, like, you don't have to force yourself to do something you don't feel like doing. It's like honoring how you feel about things, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you, Julia. I know, you finally got your dragon, Nikki, and it's good, it makes sense too. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for the compliment, Holly. You're welcome, Estevan. Yaz, try putting periods between the words you're sending instead of spaces. I'm not sure why it's not showing. It's weird. Highest party. Oh, I see it now. Yaz, one card, highest priority. Just keep on doing what you're doing. Don't worry about what else is happening. Just continue to be consistent. Allow, like I keep on hearing, just continue creating right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Don't, like, the fear that one can work activate upon is the fear that is reinforcing. Like, I feel like that's a lot of the space by which you're articulating and navigating through something. Like, I feel like I almost see you like doing some kind of art or trying to like bring a lot of like that unconscious to the surface in some kind of creative way. So let that, I keep on hearing, like find a healthy channel for anything that feels like it's creating frustration for you right now. Thank you, Yaz. All right, my friends. I would write them down, Chrissy, if you're feeling like that. Like write down what those insights are. Or again, as what Bridget mentioned, meditate. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of the reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving them. We will be back on tomorrow. If you would like to be first on the list for tomorrow, please go ahead and send the donation and you'll be added to the list. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. We are also, if you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, I'll be on at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. You can head over to my profile and activate the bell there that turns on alerts. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel. In the perks section, you will find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be held on August 13th. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in messages today. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of your help today. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.